I'm John Edwards, and I shoot people for a living. And they usually don't mind. An unintended documentary explores the world of independent filmmaking from the perspective of someone new to the industry. And that someone would be me. My crew and I have interviewed notable and accomplished people such as Oscar-winning Gray Frederickson, Kelly Baker, Matt Jenkins, and Ford Austin, along with a host of well-known to lesser-known folks whose experience ranges from amateur to seasoned professional.
Independent filmmaking in Oklahoma is a place where you are a hat rack. You wear so many different hats, from oftentimes the person that's writing is also directing, sometimes also acting, and generally winding up editing, and sometimes putting the music in. You know, it's a thing where we have to pull ourselves up by our bootstraps and get things done if we want to see things get done. We have to network and find other people that are willing to work on your project, and a lot of times other people work on your project not necessarily because they're really passionate about your project, but because you'll help them out. You know, it's kind of a fair trade area where we just want to make sure that we're all getting to make what we want to make, and so we're willing to help each other out. It's a kind of a tight-knit community.
What drives independent filmmakers to sacrifice their health, finances, and in some cases, relationships? There are many possible reasons, but the short of the answer is passion.
Well, it's the passion to create. Obviously, I know artists that don't even care if their paintings are ever finished or their ceramic work is ever finished. It's that process of creating something that didn't exist before is what drives them. And I understand that, but I take it a step further, because a production, to me, a film or a video or a documentary, is not truly complete until it is experienced by an audience. Now, we can't always control what that experience is, but it's not truly completed. And so I understand, I have that passion, that urge, you know, even at my lowest point, and my production hasn't festivaled well or something like that, I still wake up the next day, okay, what are we going to do now? Or somebody has says, no, this is not worthy, or no, I don't want to participate in what you're doing. Just get up and start the next day, and that passion for creation is what keeps me going. But I understand I have to complete it, and it has to be experienced by an audience for it to be a finished production.
An independent film, or indie film, is a feature film that is produced outside a major film studio, which means no large budget or semi-dedicated staff to help get the film produced. Let's take a look at what to expect as an independent filmmaker.
Independent filmmaking means to me a life of poverty and obscurity. That's about what you can expect to see as an independent film, especially a documentary filmmaker. I'm respected for my work, but I have no money.
Okay, that was a little extreme, and not necessarily the case in all situations. Or at least I hope not. After all, I am making a documentary about independent filmmaking.
So John, why an unintended documentary?
I just thought it was a great project to do. And of course we had to throw in a qualifier, because an unintended documentary doesn't really tell what the documentary is about. So we added a look at independent filmmaking in Oklahoma, or a look at the independent filmmaking industry in Oklahoma. And as a newbie to the independent film industry, I really didn't realize how extensive it was and how much was going on here in Oklahoma. So I've learned a lot through the process of doing an unintended documentary. When I began the journey of making a documentary about indie filmmaking in Oklahoma, I did not realize how many talented, creative, and even accomplished people there were. So much so, there was no way to interview all of them for this documentary. So what about independent filmmaking in the state of Oklahoma?
My current view of filmmaking in Oklahoma is that it is just loaded with potential. You know, we have an incredible diversity of places, from mountains to deserts to plateaus to the rolling plains that most people think of Oklahoma, but it's so much more than that. The northeast part of the state in Oklahoma is all rolling hills. Around the lakes, there are places like near my house. I mean, it looks like the coast of Maine. It's a rocky coastline. There is so much diversity in the topography here and in the people. The Native Americans, the cities, the country folks, the small town people. It's just a wonderful place to shoot.
This Oklahoma and its independent filmmakers, it's a hidden treasure. And I truly don't believe that people, our nation, is aware of how rich it is. When you look at the work of Sterling Harjo, Steve Judd, the work that is being done with, I was trying to think of some other, Chad Burris, and another Oklahoma independent filmmaker is Dan Bigby. And one of the things that in the names that I've mentioned is they're American Indians. And I truly believe through the culture and the importance of storytelling that they've been able to take that tradition and push it forward in working with the new technologies.
You know, there's a lot of work to be done to bring independent film here in Tulsa up to par with independent film in other larger markets here across the U.S., and we all know that. There's a lot of work to be done. There's steps that we need to take as directors and writers and producers to help others to get to where they want to go. We definitely need to be bringing some money into filmmaking here.
The state of indie filmmaking in Oklahoma, the way I see it right now, I kind of feel like it's in its infancy. There's a lot of people out here who are getting a hold of this technology and are just starting to learn how to use it, and are really just now honing their voices as artists. A lot of the more established films that I see coming out, a lot of the budgeted projects, I really feel, and I could be wrong, but I really feel that a lot of them are kind of a cinematic mercenary perspective. But what I mean by that is basically, it's not really made to express anything. There's no real art behind it. I don't really see any passion behind these projects. Mainly I'm seeing projects that are meant just to pander to the largest audience they possibly can get and make as much money as they can, which that's fine. There are places for that. I mean, Jerry Bruckheimer, Michael Bay has made an entire career out of doing that kind of a thing, but those aren't really my kind of projects I want to get involved in. But I actually do believe there's a lot of hope. I really see a lot of good things coming out of this state. There's some really promising filmmakers, especially me, who are coming out of this state, who are actually going out there and doing projects that are challenging, projects that actually make you think. And I think that I, for one, am proud to be one of these Oklahoma filmmakers.
Well, we're growing. We have in Tulsa, there's a couple of good equipment places, Bulldog and Greg Price. And here, John Shryock has a good 10-ton grip and electric package. We here at the studio have a real studio here. We have the red cameras, and we have green screen and white screen and everything you need to make a film. And filmmakers can work through us and make their movies. So we're getting more and more equipment and more knowledgeable people just through our program, and then in general. People are more and more interested in filmmaking. Kids are making movies with their cell phones and putting them on YouTube. So it's changing, and not just here in Oklahoma, but all around the world. And we're trying to keep up with it or get ahead of it, and that's why we're doing here at the college. And I think, as I said before, one or two of these young filmmakers is going to make some film that breaks out, gets attention, gets sold, and will put us on the map. Right now, we don't have that. We have some good filmmakers, but they haven't gotten lucky yet. And a lot of it's luck.
I don't know about you, but certain hobbies or career paths always intrigue me. Now, that is not to say that I'm interested in finding out why my dentist chose his profession, but I do find it interesting as to how or why someone became involved in independent filmmaking.
Am I an independent filmmaker? I've made some independent films, but none of them have been big hits. So until I make an independent film that's a big hit, I'm just a filmmaker.
I became interested in independent filmmaking about 2.5 years ago, and it was actually just out of accident. I actually applied for, or wound up getting a leading role in a student film here in Tulsa. And after that, I got the acting bug, and before I know it, I wasn't getting enough gigs, so I decided I would get involved in production. And in the last 2.5 years, I've been able to work on over 11 feature films, about 21 commercials. I've been able to do 4 episodes of The Biggest Loser on network television. And so you get all this experience, and before you know it, you're off making your own movies and so forth.
My name is Heidi Pretty. I am Hydonia. I am a Californian, but I came out here 20 years ago, actually more like 22 years ago. And so I call myself a Colokie. I am an Okie with a California attitude. I bring the get her done. I am currently working as a graphic artist in my sign company, which I do with my husband. I have done that for over 20 years. And I've sashayed into film. This happened about 7 years ago when I got bit by the film bug through Oscar and Shiron Ray, of course. And been pursuing it ever since.
I first met Oscar Ray and Shiron Butterfly Ray in 2003 when I made a short 29-minute film called Soiree, and it was my first foray into independent film. It was a little drama. It was in black and white, had some really crazy music. And so I made it, and I submitted it to all these film festivals thinking I was going to get into all of them, and I only got into one, which was the Bare Bones International Independent Film Festival in beautiful downtown Muskogee, Oklahoma. And I jumped in my car in Los Angeles and I drove all the way down Route 66 to Muskogee and walked right into the offices of Darkwood Studios, said, "Hi, I'm Ford," and they said, "Ford! Hey!" And it was just love at first sight when I met those guys. So I guess I was kind of like shocked at just how small the whole production was for them. But again, you know, that's the way that I like to work, very small, very contained, and I just sort of bonded with them right away. And they were big supporters of me from the beginning, and they just had so much love and so much nurturing encouragement for the independent filmmaker. And that's probably one of the reasons that they're my friends today.
Oscar. Well, Oscar is a writer. I told you earlier that he's creative.
Well, what led us into independent filmmaking? One was at the time, the industry, and it kind of goes through, I think, these evolutions ever so often. And of course, it was going through one of its evolutionary spurts. And small movies were being made throughout the country. I think one was called Pie, that was shot pretty much on a VHS camera, and it made a lot of money. I don't know what a lot would be considered. And then a young guy out of New York, made a movie for like $50,000 he borrowed from his mom. and he's still acting. I can't think of the guy's name. If I could think of his name, you'd know him because he's just that big. And he started his career that way. But it was a number of movies, Kentucky Fried Chicken, any number of movies that had been made that were independent of any facility and like that, and then were just sold to a distributor. And so we said if they could do it, we could do it. And of course, there was a gentleman by the name of Robert Rodriguez who wrote a book about his experience, of making his low-budget feature like that. And the book was called Rebel Without a Crew. So we bought the book, and of course Shiron bought about 40-something books on motion picture making, on screenwriting like that, and she read every single one of them. She went through and she underlined them, and as she finished one, she would hand it to me and say, "Okay, Oscar, you need to read this." And so I said, "Okay." So I would read. Of course, I'd read that. She'd read the whole book, and I'd be reading the highlighted parts, and then sometimes I'd read more than that.
I have always been an organized, scheduled, detailed person, and I was in transition to become more relaxed, creative. So part of that expression was, of course, listening to his ideas and reading things that he had written, and his poetry, yeah, especially his poetry. His stories were always a little strange and very creative. And I was just like, go for it, whatever you want to do. So how that led us into independent filmmaking was one of his stories got the attention of some important people, and he was trying to weigh, should he pursue it following what they wanted, or is this something he could do on his own? And I figured with our backgrounds, we had similar backgrounds in marketing and sales and administration, that we could do it. If I can read and comprehend it, it can be done, that I could break the code.
Well, I actually started out wanting to just be an actor, but through a long process of circumstances and situations, I am now a producer, writer, director, and even editor. Wasn't something that I set out to do, but that is what I do as a profession now.
I have a theater background, and a lot of the aspects of theater and film, of course, the acting side of it, of course, I'd start all over. Don't use that one. Don't use that one. I did a lot of theater growing up, and in 2003, I attended the very first, for me, Bare Bones Film Festival, and I fell in love. I was there meeting with the different filmmakers. I worked at the Chamber of Commerce at the time, and we had a reception to welcome the filmmakers. And they were so passionate about their projects, and they were so creative, and it was finally a group of people that I could really, truly relate to. And so I just kind of dove in from there.
Darla.
Dana.
Scott. Chris.
And we are Next Monkey Productions. Well, I started out when I was 16 doing local modeling here and local television commercials. And as I enjoyed doing that, it grew into any kind of independent film that would be shot here in Oklahoma. And what I kind of discovered as I did a lot of projects here in Oklahoma is that for the most part, a lot of people didn't finish their projects. So that became frustrating, and at that point I decided, hey, I can do this myself, and we started Next Monkey. But I've always enjoyed the film and being in front of the camera, and then the passion came to being behind the camera and actually creating the movies and stuff themselves.
I grew up in a family that had a lot of photo albums. There were always photo albums of my great-grandparents, my grandparents, and aunts and uncles, and so I took an interest in photography from an early age, and took photography in high school, and after high school joined the Navy as a naval intelligence specialist specializing in aerial reconnaissance photography. So I always knew that I somehow wanted to be involved in photography. After getting out of the Navy, I kind of looked around with some ad agencies thinking I always kind of wanted to work at an ad agency, kind of like Darren Stevens on Bewitched. I always thought that he had the coolest job ever. But I checked with some agencies. They didn't seem to be hiring photographers at the time. So I worked in the oil field for a year and a half or two because the oil field was just booming and there was a ton of money out there. But after the oil field crash, I came back to Tulsa, and I had a cousin who had just happened to work on a television commercial for the 1 penny sales tax for Tulsa. And he and another gentleman were starting a video production company, and they said, hey, we could use a hand. And so I started out as a grip, working for $6 an hour. Me and another buddy of mine, and that's basically how we got started.
Gray, tell me, what is your involvement in independent filmmaking?
It's recent. I have my whole life worked in Hollywood and some in Europe on studio pictures, and that was nice because you have the comfort of the studio handling all the funding, and they're your boss, so you have a lot of people to answer to. But you don't have to worry about where the money's coming from, and you don't have to worry about, you worry a little bit, but if it doesn't make money, so what? You know, Paramount can afford to lose some money. You don't feel too guilty about the film not being successful. But you worry about what kind of theatrical release they're getting for it, how many DVDs they're sending out, what kind of foreign sales it's doing. But it's not, you don't lose sleep over it because it's the studio. When I started doing independent films when I moved to Oklahoma, it was a whole new ballgame. I don't mind taking down Warner Brothers, but I don't want to take down friends and family and people that have trusted their money into our films here, so it's a lot more stressful. And it's so hard to get the picture seen. That's the hard part.
As you can tell by now, not everyone being interviewed for this documentary makes a living in indie filmmaking. Most folks have full-time jobs and come from all walks of life with various backgrounds. Take me, for example. My main career path in life has been in the field of electronics.
I'm a mortician and barber and funeral director, have been for 44 years. I started writing stories 25 years ago. I have a son that's a playwright in Phoenix, Arizona. He encouraged me to turn some of my stories into scripts. I did that, didn't have any place to go with them. An acquaintance of mine told me about the Bare Bones Film Festival in Muskogee, and I came 11 years ago. I've been involved in it ever since.
I started out as a still photographer. I went to a technical school out of high school called the Ohio Institute of Photography, which is no longer in existence. It's been absorbed by the university system. But unlike a university program, it was very hands-on. And that hands-on has been the basis of my entire career. So I can be very technical and also be very creative because that technical is just absolutely ingrained in me. I don't have to think twice about it. I know all the ins and outs of the technical. So I started as a still photographer, and then I got a job, and that company did video. And it was like, can you shoot video? It's like, well, sure, I can shoot video. I pretty much never touched a video camera before. I took the manual home and I figured it out. I figured out what white balance was and all that stuff. But you know, like I said, it's the basis. The photography was the basis, and from then on, I've been involved in video production on the corporate side. I eventually actually did get into shooting film, 16 millimeter and 35 millimeter, on some of the higher end corporate jobs that I was doing.
I'm a business development manager for a large chemical company and lubrication. In my other life, I was a teacher for 12 years, so I had to find something that I like to do along the lines of chemicals, and that's just kind of where I ended up. What I do for a living is far from independent filmmaking. It's quite interesting how this all came about in that my daughter got involved and started doing a lot of drama and things like this, acting classes. She's an 11-year dance student, tap, jazz, ballet, tapped all over the place, all over the world, even in Vegas, so she's done a lot. And so she heard me goofing around one day and helping her on some things, and she said, "Dad, how come you're not doing this? You're great at it." And so one thing led to another, and I always wanted to have time to write some scripts and write some things that are up here. And that's what's up there is kind of crazy. I've always been on the sci-fi side, and what led me into the dramas that I write is a little bit some space drama type stuff.
My name is Stan Dennison. I'm from Woodward, Oklahoma. I'm in the nutritional industry for a full-time living and have started independent filmmaking in the last year and a half. I've coached Little League sports for the last 15 years, and I saw a bad problem out there with parents and I didn't know what to do about it. And I ran into some guys who had worked with some cameras and commercials and things, and we got to talking, and the dream was born to, let's create a documentary about out-of-control parents at youth sports, and we want to get it out and see if we can't make it a better place. And basically, It's Just a Game and the partnership was born on a track field. You know, I'm excited about it. I mean, I didn't know very much a year and a half ago, and certainly don't know it all, but I've seen a lot of great people in this state willing to lend a hand. I mean, we've got a great film commission. We have tax incentives. Though my feet are barely in the water, it certainly looks like a great place to swim.
I kind of got my start in independent filmmaking a long, long way back. I'm an only kid, and I would often go into the backyard, and most people think it's kind of crazy, but I would just tell stories or make up stories or reenact things. So I kind of started off as an actor, and my parents got a little video camera, and I would tell stories in front of that and record it and then watch them back. You know, a little narcissistic, but that's just being a kid.
Most independent filmmakers work on low or no budget weekend warrior projects when they or their friends are not at work or school. The art of storytelling with images and sound can range from amateur to highly professional, especially when taking into account the budget.
I went to college, and I went to college with the idea that I would program video games, because I really enjoyed video games, and then I realized I really only enjoyed the video games that told good stories. And then I thought, well, I'll switch majors, and I'll do something not necessarily film related, because I didn't know if there was a lot of film work locally, which, there's not a whole lot of film related industry that, you can latch onto and make a good living, and so that's why a lot of times people do nights and weekends endeavors, like Grayscale was. But I had a friend that I made a silly short film with in college, and he says, hey, do you want to help me edit it? And I was like, I've never edited a film before, but it sounds fun. And so I was 19, it was my 19th birthday, actually. He asked me to help him edit it, and I enjoyed it so much, I didn't care if it was my birthday. I thought, this is really fun. And then shortly thereafter, I switched majors, made film my minor, made a computer major, because I wanted to be able to make sure I could pay the bills, pay for the equipment, because having your own equipment, it means you can just go out and be the go-getter to get everything finished. And from that point on, I borrowed my dad's little handheld camera and started making silly short films with friends during finals week of college, and it just got more and more serious. I upgraded my equipment, and finally, after seeing some other local filmmakers make a feature film, I thought I'd try it.
I never have a shortage of projects I'm trying to work on in the interim. That's the only way I can keep myself sane while working my soul-crushing office job.
What do I do for a living? Boy, that's interesting. If you can define a living, what do I do to make money, or what do I do to find happiness in life? To me, a living is what makes you happy. First off, I'm a father and I'm a husband. Second, I'm a businessman. I own a couple different companies. One is a marketing company. The other is a filmmaking / television production company. Those are things that bring me joy and happiness, but also line my pocket. Most recently, making movies.
To accomplish a goal, many of men have paid the ultimate cost with the loss of their families, friends, possessions, and even their health. Even multi-billionaire Howard Hughes had his descent into mental illness, reclusiveness, and drug addiction. Don't let this happen to you.
What's the best thing somebody can do if they want to become a filmmaker? Grow your hair out.
If you really want to get in this business, what you got to do is quit your day job, move to California, go broke, and you'll be homeless just like I am.
My best advice for people who want to make films, don't do it. Only make a film if it's the most important thing to you. If it's a story you have to tell, if you're going to die if you don't make that film, if you're going to burst creatively, make the film. If you think it would be fun, if you think it'd be just kind of a cool thing to do, or you're in this business because you want to make a bunch of money, don't do it. Don't make a film. There's a lot of easy ways to make money. There's other ways you can show off your coolness. You know what, if it's all about money and fame, we don't need you in the film business. Absolutely not. You'll just be another like Michael Bay or Steven Spielberg or something, and God knows we got enough of those clowns. If you really, really want to make a film, you'll do it. If you think it's really cool, it's hard work, and don't ever forget that. But to make a good film, you've got to be willing to put in the time and the hours.
There's a saying going around in the independent film community that scares me a tad bit. The statement is, by any means necessary. Does this mean that I should just make a film and not worry about the story or the quality of production, including my actors? Does it mean that I would rob a bank to make a documentary? Hey, why are you looking at me that way? I didn't rob any bank.
Well, what happened was I was sitting in my office one night and with no specific movie in mind, and I was really frustrated because you can't get an A-list star to be in your movie unless you have lots of legitimacy and money to pay them. And I was like, just for the fun, I was sitting there thinking, God, maybe I should just go to Hollywood and just with a gun and go to Jack Nicholson's house and you're gonna act in my movie. I'm forcing, but then I was like, well, no, the whole going to prison thing kind of gets in the way.
Do anything that it takes to get the shot, especially in independent film. I mean, if you've got to hang from the monkey bars and hold the camera with your teeth, do it.
By any means necessary. Oh goodness, that's a phrase that anybody that is crazy with a vision needs to understand and embrace. Because a lot of times, if you let the little things get you down, you're never going to finish a project. It means you need to be flexible, you need to be agile, you need to see when problems are going to happen, and when problems do hit, which on any set, you're going to have something not work, or a location change, or an actor change, or schedules, because we're doing nights and weekends. We're not able to pay people lots of money to stick around, and so you have to kind of pay people with the passion that this is going to work out, this is going to be fun, and we're going to have a good time doing it. So by any means necessary means that you get this story told, whether it winds up being with different actors or different location, or just it's scrappy filmmaking. It's doing whatever you can to get things done.
What is the saying? It's better to ask forgiveness later than to ask permission now. There's so many things that filmmakers have to do that are just beyond the norm. It's just insane. I almost got thrown out of this school because I had the whole film class up on the roof of the library shooting a film, and it didn't make them very happy here. But you do those things to get your shot. And so that's what Oscar and Butterfly are talking about, I think, when they refer to that, is go for it. I mean, of course, you don't do dangerous, you don't do jackass kind of stuff, but you have to just go for it and follow your dream. That's important.
It means don't take no for an answer. Just get it done. If you get something done, whether people like it or not, you've completed it. I mean, that's a positive. I mean, no matter how you look at it, that's a positive. Just get the thing done. And that's by any means necessary. Just do it.
Kill someone, steal, lie. No, I'm kidding. By any means necessary. That is something I think that everyone is lacking, not only in filmmaking, but just in any industry. People want to have their cake and they want to eat it too. They want to still be able to go out bowling with their friends. They want to have families and relationships. They want to choose to keep doing all the things that they do, but they don't want to sacrifice. They don't want to give up. They don't want to dedicate their time to the industry. And when I see by any means necessary, that means saying, look, I can't come to your birthday party, my friend or father. I can't go hang out. I can't do this. I can't do that, because I have to dedicate my time to filmmaking by any means necessary. If, well, I'm losing time because I have to have a job, well, then you quit and then you bite the bullet and you move in with your grandmother. Do whatever you have to do by legal means to get the job done. Sacrifice what you have to sacrifice by any means necessary. It's the only way to succeed, and this is not something that I'm creating like some Aristotle person. This is stuff that Bill Gates has said, Alexander the Great has said.
As humans, we each have our strengths and weaknesses. Even a group such as independent filmmakers, where the whole is equal to the sum of its parts. Or is it? What is the greatest strength of an independent filmmaker?
Tenacity. In everything. From getting the money, to getting your cast, to getting your crew to be passionate about what they're doing for you because you're not paying them much, to getting the picture seen, to getting it into film festivals, to getting it in front of distributors, to getting the distributor excited, because you got to sell the salesman. If you get the salesman convinced that it's great, it's easier for him to get it into Walmart and Netflix, and so you just got to be tenacious the whole time.
The thing I love about independent filmmaking is the people who do it. You gotta remember, we are all in the people business. You can't do anything in life without touching a person, basically. You need people to do everything. Independent filmmakers, the thing I like about them is the very thing, the independence of them. They going out and doing something without the aid of somebody else, without the aid of somebody else's money, to do it purely for the love of doing it. You know, and that's one thing I tell people who say they want to get into the business. Start where you're at. Start doing little shorts, little 5-minute shorts. Do it on your Handycam, edit it on iMovie. You know, get it up on the web. Greatest weaknesses I see in independent filmmakers is hoping that somebody will give them this huge golden opportunity. The only opportunity that are going to come to you are the ones you make.
They're not business people, and it's a business. You're marketing a product, and the difference, the problem is that if you're making chairs, you know what it costs to make, and you know how much you can sell it for. And there's people that sell chairs and can put them into the Bathurst Brothers or a Home Depot. But movies are, you know, you don't know what people, if they're going to like it or not. A chair is a chair. A movie it's so subjective. And so you have to be a very clever business person to figure out financing, marketing, distribution. And that's the biggest weakness that most filmmakers have. These filmmakers have their dream and their vision, and they're going to make this wonderful movie without ever thinking about who's their audience, how they're going to sell it, how many units. Somebody came to me and said, we just made a deal with someone's going to ship 5,000 units of our film. We're so excited. 5,000 units, that's units meaning a DVD. Maybe $10 a unit, that's $50,000. Where's the other $950,000 coming from, you know?
The greatest strength of independent filmmakers is you just get to cut all the BS.
Introduce himself. He's got a beautiful name, but I don't want to botch it. Victor, go ahead and introduce yourself.
Okay.
What?
Oh, and I lost my ear. Hang on a second, I lost my earbud. You see an earbud hanging around my shoulder anywhere?
I do not. Oh, yep.
Oh, yep.
We're live out here at the Bare Bones International Film and Music Festival. I am Kimberly Jones, your red carpet host. I'm out here with Victor. I'm going to have him introduce himself because he's got a beautiful name, but I don't want to botch it. So Victor, please introduce yourself.
Yes, my name is Victor Caballero.
And Victor, you have a screenplay here in the festival this time. Tell us, it's the name of the title is Family, but it might not be exactly what you think. Let's hear all about it. Victor, please tell us about your screenplay.
Yeah, absolutely. It's definitely not your Hallmark movie. It's a cultural horror film, and it's about an evil force that wants to break up a family.
Oh, and that sounds like an exciting screenplay. Now, Victor, tell us, does it have some major plot twists that you can tell us about?
Oh, goodness. It does. Maybe I want to keep that a secret, though.
Ooh, a secret. Oh, tell us then, who stars in your screenplay?
So that it's a family. We have the leads in it is really mom, dad, and also a certain close member of the family.
The secret, yeah, right?
Exactly.
And tell us, now you said you have submitted some screenplays throughout some of these festivals. Can you tell us about some of the other projects that you've done?
Sure. What makes this festival very special is that one of my early shorts I submitted here, and it's part of the Bounty Saga, aka Bountyverse. And really, it's a multi-genre series that I started back in 2015, and we have like six chapters to the series, and right now trying to finish the very last one. And again, it'd be nice for it to screen here.
That's awesome. We're glad to have it in this festival. Now, Victor, after this festival, where does your road lead next?
It's all leading to my first feature film that hopefully will get started here at the end of the year or beginning of next year.
And can you tell us anything about that feature film without giving away too much? Because I'm understanding that, if it's not going to go till next year, it might be hitting some more festivals and things. But can you tell us anything, any little secret about it at all?
It looks like it's going to be it's going to be a story. I had this idea back in 2016. It's drama with a little bit of boxing.
A little bit of boxing. Now, I know we've got some pretty popular people in Oklahoma that are in the boxing community. Can you tell us, is there anyone particular that might be involved?
I have two in mind, but again, we'll see what happens.
Oh, we are trying so hard to get you some secrets. Well, Victor, we look forward to seeing that feature film come around. We look forward to seeing your success with your screenplay here at the Bare Bones. Thank you so much for coming to join us for an interview, Victor. We hope to see you win some big awards throughout this year. I'm Kimberly Jones. This is the Bare Bones Film Festival. We'll see you soon.
You're not worried about the big brother over your shoulder every 4 seconds, demanding that, there's not enough naked women in here. Get more naked women in here. More cussing too, and it's like, and you're like, it's a Jesus story or something, and the big studios are there. They'd like to control a lot of what you're doing, and you have the advantage of not having that. It's just more free and open. It's the way life should be, in general. I would say that the greatest weaknesses I've seen with Oklahoma filmmakers, when it's really not something that I would say is just designated to Oklahoma, but just independent filmmakers in general, is the willingness to go the extra mile on every element. It seems like a lot of independent filmmakers say, well, we're independent, we're low budget, so just do it and move on. And I tend to think that their attitude needs to change a little bit, and they need to strive to make each shot, each page on the script perfect as much as you can, regardless if you have money or not. Find a way to do it. And it seems like they don't care. They just move on and crank something out, and that's why they probably don't go on and win things. That's why they don't advance, and I think that's the biggest problem.
Film festivals are very entertaining, and I'm not talking about the movies being shown or the music being played. Some of the most colorful characters you'd ever meet show up at Dry mouth. Take 15. Film festivals are very entertaining, and I'm not talking about the movies being shown or the music being played. Some of the most colorful characters you'd ever meet show up at film festivals. This could be fun.
I'm standing here with Mr. Dan Corley. How are you doing today, Dan?
Doing great. I tell you what, I've got a movie in the top 3. I'm sure hoping it wins.
Oh, what is it called?
It's called Snake.
Where are we anyway?
Let's see.
I don't think we're in Kansas.
I know we're south of Colorado. Snake. And I also play Snake, the gunfighter, as you can see. This is the gun I use in the movie, so I wore it today.
No, were you ever a real gunfighter?
No.
Never?
No.
Never ever?
Well, no, I do cowboy shooting, which involves fast draw and all that, but mainly I'm an actor.
Oh, well, brilliant. You'll have to show me that fast shooting sometime.
I did do the Lonesome Dove series.
Oh, brilliant. That's very, very cool.
And I got to do quite a bit of shooting in that, so.
Wonderful. Thank you so much, Dan.
Thank you.
Hey, here we are at the Stars, Cars, and Guitars Red Carpet event in Muskogee. beautiful people. Walk that walk and talk that talk.
Hello, hello, hello. There she is, #1 lady.
Hi, I'm standing here with Chris Sneed, who last year was taking pictures and being paparazzi, and this year has decided to be a Scottish cookie deliverer. How are we doing today, Chris Sneed?
I'm doing good as long as the wind doesn't pick up.
Now, are you wearing underwear?
I am.
That's good for you. Yeah. What kind of cookie did you bring me?
It's Oklahoma, after all. Actually, I brought a Burning Clown Productions cookie.
Very tasty. And can you tell us a little bit about your film?
Yes, the name of our film is Dark Mister, and
I'm
it's
here to say that Kanye West makes great cookies. He makes better cookies than Chris Sneed. Go Kanye!
Wow, that was very random and unexpected. I'm so sorry, Mr. Sneed.
So what was it like working with Brendan Fraser and the Mummy?
Nice.
It was great.
It was great.
I thought so. All right. How's it going? All right. Action! Hey, what's up? How you doing? Bare Bones 2010, red carpet. We're here with Janet Mason. How you doing today?
I'm doing great, thank you.
Very cool.
You look so hot in that.
Thank you. You look hot too. We can go over here.
Okay.
Red carpet, Bare Bones 2010. We're standing here with Ford Austin. How you doing today?
I'm very good. Thank you for having me, Mark Hall.
You bet, man. Welcome back to town. It's always a party when you're here. So.
That's right. Can we talk about how great Muskogee is?
Okay, what do you got to say?
I gotta say it.
What's up?
Muskogee International Barebones Film Festival, awesome. Great stuff. A really fun week.
I'd say there's probably about 3 different types of people I've run into at film festivals. You know, the first group is the guy who's just, you know, the people who are just really trying to hawk their project, the people I want to talk to, the people I want to be around, because, you know, they're trying to get themselves out there, and you want to do the same thing with them, and that's great, you know. And then there's just the normal people who are just there to watch a good film, and they're really cool too. And then you got the really gnarly freak people, you know, the ones that come in there dressed up as Borg, you know, with freaking costumes on and stuff, you know, stay in character all day, and I tend to avoid those people like the plague.
The festivals attract all kinds of people. In my experience, when we're making movies, everybody is busy, spot on, serious, get the job done. But come festival time, it's party time. It's like they completely decompress. I don't know where they get the energy. They're up all night, and I go to bed. I can't keep up with them. They're a colorful bunch, that's for sure.
Rejection letters. Anybody trying to accomplish anything will receive 1 or 2, heck, maybe even a dozen rejection letters in their lifetime. One of the greatest stories of persistence is that of Abraham Lincoln and his many failures before becoming a 2-term elected president of the United States. Then again, Lincoln was killed during his 2nd term.
If you're a writer and you've never gotten a rejection letter, you're not doing anything with your writing whatsoever. I have gotten hundreds of rejection letters. And how did it make me feel? It didn't really make me feel bad. They just evidently weren't smart enough to see the project that I sent to them. I mean, that was my attitude. It never kept me from sending more, not especially to the individuals that kicked it back, but I have submitted hundreds of synopses on scripts over the years. And have never, you know, what do they know? Well, that's their business. They probably do. And the stuff that a writer writes, it's his baby. That doesn't necessarily mean you think I have a pretty baby.
No one likes rejection. I have never received a rejection letter, but I have received lots of rejections in my life.
Well, the holy grail of film festivals would probably be Sundance. And the first feature that I shot, you know, that was my goal, and I wanted to, you know, do that. And this just the reality of it is slim to none, especially on a lower budget production. But I still proudly hold my rejection letter.
The last movie I was really taking off and going across the country and winning stuff was Green Demise, and it was 23 minutes long originally. and I was winning all over and all that stuff. Well, I took it to a film festival that was a specific short film festival that was very big, and they ended up reviewing it and writing me a letter back saying they were rejecting it, not because they said it was great, they liked it and everything like that, but it was too long. They couldn't showcase it in their short section because it was too long. And to me that was kind of a big like, ugh.
John. What? Can't you see that I'm busy meditating? This being in front of the camera is physically and mentally draining. Won't you go on and leave me alone for a bit? I call this next segment Success and Failures, which should be a good follow-up to our previous subject.
I probably consider my biggest flop putting my faith in a producer that I thought actually could sell and market a movie project. That he talked me into coming out to Kentucky, and I worked for about a month and a half on a feature film out in Kentucky and invested about $20,000 in equipment rental and labor and helping this friend of mine produce a movie, and he guaranteed me he'd pay me back as soon as they sold the movie. And to this date, they still haven't sold the movie, and that's been probably 8 or 10 years ago. So, you know, probably a $20-something thousand investment would probably be the biggest mistake I've probably made in this business, as far as, you know, investing in something and not getting a return out of it.
The financial flop was a film called One from the Heart, which was Francis Coppola had just purchased a studio in Hollywood. It had been producer's studio, and he changed the name of it to Zoetrope Studios. And we were getting ready to do a picture in Vegas, and he decided he wanted to build Las Vegas in his new studio. So we spent over $1 million just on neon signage. And we duplicated downtown Fremont Street on a stage. We had so much light, we browned out Hollywood when we turned on all of the lights. And the picture cost about $35 million. It was a very sort of theatrical, artistic movie. It was an interesting movie, and filmmakers study it, and a lot of new techniques were designed for it, but it didn't make back.
We're back here at the Historic Roxy Theater in Muskogee, Oklahoma. This is the 25th anniversary of the Bare Bones International Film and Music Festival. I'm your co-host, Kimberly Jones, here on the red carpet. I'm here with Debbie Tucker. This is one of the presenters of the Bare Bones Film Festival tonight. She's going to be giving out the awards called the Boneheads. Debbie, introduce yourself. Tell us a little bit about your involvement here at the festival, and also what you do.
Hi, I'm Debbie Tucker. I am a first-time presenter. Shiron reached out to me and said, hey, you want to present? I'm sure. I'm up for that. I've not done that. I've come here many years. I've had films in this. I've had projects in this. Looking to see Friends projects this year. So many friends are here. And it's the 25th anniversary of this. This is one of the best festivals in Oklahoma, one of my favorites. And it's like a family. We come, we party, we watch excellent films from all over, actually all over the world. And the fact that I was asked to be a presenter this year is just so awesome. And I'm thankful for this experience, and for an excuse to buy a new dress. But yes, I hope a lot of people come out and enjoy this. So yeah, I love it. I'll come back every year.
Awesome. Debbie, now you say you have been involved in the Bare Bones Film Festival for several years. Now, you are an actress as well. Can you tell us a little bit about maybe the last project that you have? Are you in one of the films that is in this festival?
I am not this year. I have been in the past. A lot of Oklahoma short films, music videos. It's fun. There was a film called Warren's Gold. It was a Western short, and it won Best Western Oklahoma Short. Trying to think, Potion for Passion was a student film a few years ago that did well, and it was a really cute film. And there was a documentary about the Cookie Cutter Museum that I'd never heard of in Joplin, Missouri, but it did well. It was from a friend of mine, and I was asked to host that, something I'd never done. I like doing things that I've never done, as you can see. But yes, it's an opportunity for young filmmakers, experienced filmmakers, documentarists, students. Get up and do it. If you want it, do it. Put it in festivals, and you can come.
That's right. Now, Debbie, how would you compare this festival compared to the other festivals? What makes the Bare Bones Film Festival special to you?
It has the small town feel, but it can be. The entries are global, and it's Shiron and Oscar that make this festival here in Muskogee what it is. They are patrons of the arts and have been for years, and they are so great. And everything is just, it's like, it's got a family feel. It's not like huge and, over the top. It's just nice. It's comfortable. And it's a lot of it's due to Shiron and Oscar Ray, and kudos to them every year.
Yes, it certainly is. It's a small town feel on a global scale. This is the 25th anniversary of the Bare Bones International Film and Music Festival. We are here. Everybody is lining up. Debbie, thank you so much for coming to speak with us for just a moment. We'll see you out here soon. And congratulations on being one of the presenters. I can't wait to see you on the stage.
Thank you.
It lost everything for the studio and for Francis, and caused him bankruptcy, and so that I guess was the biggest flop.
To answer your question, what's been my biggest flop? I would say that I don't have any flops. I have learning experiences. So I don't consider anything that doesn't go like I planned to be a flop. I consider it to be an education. So I would say there's been none, if that makes sense. There's been a lot of things that have happened the way that I didn't expect them to. But again, I actually take those things on and embrace them, because it's all a learning experience.
We've never had a flop. I can look you straight in the eyes and say that everything that we have started, we've finished. Everything that we have done has gone to film festivals, gathered awards, gathered distribution. We can be very proud to say that every time we've started a production, probably one of my biggest fears would be that you would start it and one of your main actors would get halfway through and decide they're done, and then you've got to turn around and reshoot everything. But nobody's done that to us. Yes, knock on wood. We really haven't had anything that went bad.
You're back already? Well, let's talk about theatrical releases and distribution. One thing most newbies don't realize is how difficult or costly distribution can be, or how impossible it is to get a theatrical release of anything unless a big studio picks it up, like in the case of Napoleon Dynamite or the Blair Witch Project. Personally, I think it would be cool if a PBS station aired this documentary. Might even get my mom to watch it.
Too many people think that they're going to make their movie, they're going to get a distribution deal, they're going to get into Sundance and all that other stuff. And for the most part, that's not going to happen. The very few films that it happens to, few and far between. Forget about it. Miramax doesn't want your film, Fine Line doesn't want your film, none of the distributors want your film. What they want are these $10 million things with big stars that they can call independent. But if you've gone out and you've made your film, you need to learn how to self-distribute your film. You need to learn how to get it out there and do all the stuff yourself. Too many filmmakers will make a film. If it doesn't get into a film festival like Sundance or South by Southwest, if it doesn't get a distributor, well, they think that, they've made a horrible film. And in many instances, they have. But for those films that are really, really good, those filmmakers are going to have to take those films out and distribute them themselves. And there's a lot of different ways to do that.
Just a couple things I think are incredibly important. One is, I think from the outset, this is, and you hear it's almost like a cliche, but it's so true. This is show business, not show art. And even though you're creating art, for you to be able to stay in this business, you really do have to say, how do I make money in this business? And you back to how do I market myself, how do I market my product, how do I market my skills. You always come back to marketing. If you got a great story, how do you market that story? Who's going to buy that story? So for anybody that's going to say, I want to make this a profession, a profession means money exchanges, and you get paid. A profession means in this industry, as a producer, that you go out and find money. Profession means that you understand how to spend that money, no matter whether it's a big or small amount. Profession means that if you have investors, that you're working to give them back a return on their investment. And so the bottom line is that people have to see your product. People have to be interested in buying your product. And that means that you have to understand that at the outset. And it really means is if you go to a video store, you got about 7 aisles in that video rental place where people rent movies from. If your movie doesn't fit neatly into one of those 7 aisles, it probably is not marketable. There's probably people out there that will watch it, because people watch anything. But as far as standpoint, people that will buy it, it does not fall into the purchase or the commercial range. And it has to be commercial. And sometimes we forget that if you're talking about Van Gogh or Rembrandt or Shakespeare or anybody, if they weren't commercial, we wouldn't even know that they ever existed.
Our first full feature, which was called Soulmates, and this one, Soulmate.Red, is sort of a sequel to it. Our first one was distributed by York Entertainment. Our second movie, which was a thriller called Village Vengeance, it was a thriller about a serial rapist, and it got distributed by ITN International over in Russia. So we've been fortunate enough to have a couple distributed, and this one we're going to keep on the festival circuit for a while before we let it get distributed.
Okay, so. Why is that?
Maybe we'll get a bit bigger deal, better deal.
We were distributed straight to DVD, which is great, but we'd like a theater deal at some point.
Of course, of course. Mm-hmm. All right.
The hardest part about independent film, the two hard things about independent, is getting the money. It's not easy. And then getting the distribution, getting it seen. It's almost impossible to get a theatrical distribution. Back in the 90s, sort of in the heyday of the independents, there were maybe 30 or 40 film festivals. And Robert Rodriguez or Linkletter or one of those kind of guys go out and makes an interesting little film. It goes to a film festival and they pick up Napoleon Dynamite and put it out, and it makes a lot of money. Nowadays, there's thousands of festivals and thousands of films, and it's really hard to make that formula work anymore. That idea of making a movie and taking it to a film festival, fine, but there's no guarantee that you're going to sell it or anybody's ever even going to go to the screening of it while it's at the festival. So that's the hard part. You have to come.
We're back here on the red carpet outside of the Historic Roxy Theater in Muskogee, Oklahoma. We have a Muskogee native with us. This is Matthew Oakley. This is his first time in the festival, correct? Okay, yeah, well, he is up for some awards, and he has got a good film in one of my favorite genres, superheroes. Matthew, please introduce yourself and tell us a little bit about your project.
Okay, well, my name is Matthew Oakley. I'm the director and star of The Seer. We just left Dead Center, and now we're here at Bare Bones. But Bare Bones is very special to me because I'm from here. I grew up seeing this festival and being from this city, and I just feel like it's a big homegoing, coming back here. So for The Seer, it's an action show, and it's a first ever superhero in Oklahoma. There's a comic book. There's everything out there for it. So the plans is, this does well, we're going to make it a TV show. Yeah, so imagine The Seer is at all these rural areas, big areas, Oklahoma City, Muskogee, Tulsa, Tahlequah, all these places, So yeah, that's what we're looking to do.
That sounds like a big goal. Now tell me, The Seer, who is your star? Who's the superhero?
I'm the star. I'm the hero, yeah. Yeah, I'm the star, yep.
And now are you also, is the comic character, the animation, also dressed after you?
It is. I'm dressed after the comic. Really? So yeah, when I met up with the illustrator and I just let him have free reign and I liked what he did. And I said, you know what, I'm going to make myself the comic book.
Yes. And your illustrator, tell us a little bit about him. Is he from here as well? Is he a friend of yours, or did you just happen to run into business with him? How did this come into fruition for you?
Everybody that I worked with is either from Oklahoma or has Oklahoma roots. So I met Dorico. His name is Dorico Thomas, and he's an actor in Oklahoma City, and he's in the military, so right now he's in California. So everything that you see with the Seer is all Oklahoma, just farm grown, raised, you know?
I love that you were keeping it local and that you're bringing it back to your hometown. I'm sure that feels very full circle to you.
Very much so.
Yes. And now tell us, Matthew, I believe that this is probably going to be a huge success for you, with it being a first in Oklahoma, superhero-wise. You've got the comic all the way surrounding. You've got everybody involved in Oklahoma. We're here back in your hometown, so this is full circle. But tell us, Matthew, what is next for this project?
Next is the pilot is already written. So next is the TV show. 8 episodes. We're in development right now, raising funding for this show. There will be name talent attached, but you will be able to see a lot of Oklahoma producers, a lot of native actors, a lot of native producers. We're really going to bring the Muskogee Creek Nation involved with the language and introduce the world to Muskogee language, as well as mixed with the superhero genre, as well as mixed with hip hop. So it's going to be a groundbreaking thing for this state. You know, I really feel like what this state can benefit from is a television show, because then I can hire directors of all ethnicities. Hey, jump on episode 3, jump on episode 7. You know, people need to learn about how diverse Oklahoma really is.
That's right, and I absolutely believe that to be true. Now, you tell me that you want other directors, big directors involved in this. You want to see it go big with this television show. Can you tell me, do you have any particular shout out right now, anyone particular you would like to see commit to this particular project of yours?
Oh, that's a great question. Method Man from the Wu-Tang Clan. Hempstead, New York, Queens. We want you. Villain. It's already written. The comic book is coming. That's what we're gunning for right now.
Oh, that made me have goosebumps. That tells me something's going to happen with this, Matthew. I'm so glad to meet you. We are so glad to have you here at the Bare Bones. I hope that you do well in your genre. Take home that Bare Bones Award. This is the 25th anniversary of the Bare Bones International Film and Music Festival. Matthew Oakley with one of the first superhero films and comics here in Oklahoma, surrounded by Oklahomans. We're so glad to have you here.
Hey.
Good luck to you.
Thank you for having me. I appreciate it.
Absolutely.
Loud City.
Yes, thank you so much. As you can hear, there are a lot of people that are starting to show up. The doors are opening at 1:30. The awards are set to kick off at 2 o'clock. We just had one of the presenters, Debbie Tucker. We've got a couple other people standing around, and in fact, I see some VIPs. I've got a man. It looks like Dane Warner is his name. Dane, would you like to come and be an interviewee? Come on over, and it looks like your wife with you. Hello, I am Kimberly Jones, your red carpet host. Well, thank you for coming to the Bare Bones International Film and Music Festival. Tell us a little bit about why you're here, your involvement, what you would like to see happen for the day.
Well, we're here with our film called Full Court Press: The Ken Zackard Story. It's a docudrama about a basketball coach from Nowat, Oklahoma. We have several elements in the film about a true story that happened back in the late 60s, early 70s, racial issue that split our town in half that he stood his grounds on, that we knew that was the story we knew. We were originally from Nowata. But we didn't know his mental illness struggles that he had. He ended up committing suicide at age 36. And that's a part of the story we learned as we started researching his life. But we feel really blessed for having this project. About a 3-year project we did. It turned out to be a lot longer project than what we thought. But we've helped a lot of people. We've got a lot of people that have realized it's time that they told their stories. We've healed a lot of the racial issues that was in our town with it, but the main thing is our suicide prevention and mental illness awareness agenda. We've been credited with saving a few lives already, but got a lot of people in counseling. So that's our mission with this statement, with this film.
That is a great mission. Now, tell me, I know you started out with this historical story, and it led into more of a very deep story of self-health, saving, suicide prevention, which is a big story here in the state of Oklahoma that is needing to be addressed. We have that mental health crisis line, thank goodness, that helps a lot of the individuals. And we love to see people like you that are here in this state that are helping those individuals. Tell us, on this journey of this documentary, of this film, can you tell us, without giving away too much information, can you tell us a little bit about one of those stories of saving one of those individuals, how it impacted you, and how it made some of the decisions in the finalization of this film?
We've had several people that we never met that got a hold of us after seeing the film, and it stirred them to talk to their spouses, their family members. We've had a personal friend that we went to school with. We had no idea that she was suicidal at the moment when she came to the film. But probably the biggest one, and this is no secret because she's very proud of her journey, but the basketball coach that the film is about, his daughter, which is 62 years old, was struggling with a lot of mental issues, and she's one of the ones that they had only given her 2 months to live because her body was declining for several reasons. But she's the one that called us up one night and said that her counselors and her doctors have been using a lot of our film clips in her counseling, and has caused her to open up after 50 years to finally telling what happened. And she's the one that we are most proud of to say she called us up and said, "Your film saved my life."
That sounds like a miracle in itself. I mean, that has just got to be one of the most awarding things that, you could bring from this film. I'm so glad that you were able to witness something of that stature in life. Now tell us, is this your first film in this festival? And if so, where does this story lead next for you?
Well, it is our first film. I'm new into the business. Now, my director, Chuck Price, that came on board, has had a lot of years' experience in filmmaking in Hollywood. But he's the one that came on board to really help us. But it made us realize the power of the camera. We saw how we changed lives, and now we are tackling some other projects right now. Our next project has to do with Alzheimer's awareness. It's a music video that we're shooting based on a song that I wrote based on my mom and dad's journey through Alzheimer. He passed away from Alzheimer about 8 years ago. And so we're kind of excited about that project. We just want to do things that we think can change some lives of people.
I think that's very commendable of you to do, and I think it's going to make a huge impact for a lot of people. And tell us, your film today in this festival, what award is it up for?
We're up in several categories. Of course, we're in Best Feature Docudrama. We actually shot a short music video out of some of the footage called Kendra's Song, and that's the coach's daughter, the basketball coach that once again committed suicide. It was her senior year, and we shot a little 3-minute music video based on some of the reenactments we did of her during her senior year and what happened. So we've also got that entered in the festival also.
That's awesome. I'm glad to see that you've got a couple different things in there. This is your first year in with it, and I think it's going to do amazing. You guys are really doing something very important here. Thank you so much for coming to talk to us. I wish you a lot of luck in this journey, and I think you'll get it. They are making big moves and important moves here in the state of Oklahoma. This is Dane Warner and his wife, Irena. Irena, beautiful name. Thank you again, and good luck to you. Yes, absolutely. Wow, what a difference in all of the different films that are here. The Bare Bones really covers every area that there is in the entertainment industry. It's international, it's the film, it's the music, documentaries, superheroes. You just never know what you're going to get here. Oscar and Shiron have really committed a lot of time. We're talking 25 years to make this the most special thing probably here in Muskogee, one definitely in Oklahoma and in the regional area. And internationally, like I said, this is all over the world. We are live on YouTube, where you can check it out wherever you are at. But the doors are going to be opening at 1:30. The awards are set to take place at 2 o'clock. And I think a lot of people are going to be walking away with some serious bonehead awards in this, and then heading off to other big festivals, because this is one of the competitors here in the state of Oklahoma. Let's find who else we can find to talk to out here. Now, we just talked to them about the Warners, about their documentary, and they happen to mention that Chuck Price was involved. Chuck Price is a director here in the area. Let's see if we can get him. He's just right here around the corner. Chuck, come talk to me, Chuck. Come on. They're going to fight over it. Come on over here. He doesn't like to be on camera, so I really like to bother him a lot. He's we want to almost call him the ghost or Bigfoot, because he doesn't like to be in front of the camera. He's always right behind it. This is Chuck Price, the director. Chuck, tell us a little bit about what you're doing today here at the festival.
Today we have a documentary called Full Court Press, the Ken Zacker Story, that aired yesterday, or screened yesterday at 3:45, and we had a music video as well that screened on Friday. So we love Bare Bones Film Festival. It is what it is. If you get nominated here, you have something that's worth showing. So everybody's a winner at Bare Bones. If you get the nomination, you already won.
That's right. Now, Chuck, you have been involved in and around the film industry around here in the state of Oklahoma for quite some time. Tell us, how long have you been involved with the Bare Bones Film Festival?
This is my second year. I'm new to the film festival. I've been doing film festivals now for about 2.5, 3 years. And prior to that, I was commercial art director for 35, 38 years in Hollywood, California. So come back to Oklahoma and help young people and young filmmakers, not necessarily in age, but new to the business, and help them get off the ground and do whatever I can to help.
And he's all involved in every way that he can be. I originally met him at the Coffee and Crew that is held at the Circle Cinema with the Oklahoma Film and Music Office. And Cherokee Nation office, the film office as well, is involved in that. Now, Chuck, you say, you're helping new people get involved in film around Oklahoma. Can you tell us what project you have lined up coming up that has someone tell us anything that you can about any of those projects. We want to hear it all.
Right now we're in pre-production on a screenplay that was written by Professor Lee Williams, who's retired from RSU. And we're also in pre-production on a screenplay that I had written that I'm still writing, but we're getting prepared for it. We have 3 music videos coming up. Unfortunately, I'm going to have to take off and do some out-of-state work that I committed many years ago that I owe a favor to. So we have a little bit of delay there, but yeah, we have a lot of things in the oven and look forward to doing it all.
That's awesome. Now, you say that you've got some music videos that are coming up. Who are those artists that are getting ready to do those?
Unknown artists.
Unknown artists. You really, truly are a pioneer in helping some of the new ones around here in Oklahoma. Chuck, thank you for coming to speak with us. Yeah.
Don't ever do
I knew I could get him. He's hard to get to, I tell you. He is like Bigfoot. He's here, then he's gone, and you're never really sure if you saw him or not. This is the Bare Bones Film Festival, the 25th anniversary of the International Film and Music Festival here in Muskogee, Oklahoma. We are outside of the Historic Roxy Theater. As you can hear and as you can see, we've got a lot of people that are starting to show up for this awards. I see one lady that I would love to talk to, Miss Rogers. Miss Rogers, please come over here. You talk about one talented woman in the state of Oklahoma. This woman right here is a pioneer in her own right. Hi. Oh, you too. Okay, Amika. Welcome to the Bare Bones Film Festival. I follow her on Facebook. I've seen her doing all of her stuff with The Crown, and you've got a new thing. Okay, so The Crown came out, a documentary came out last year in February, correct? Okay, I do. Now, Miss Rogers has a extensive degree in psychology and some other things. Now, you have a new project. I've seen the art show at the Circle Cinema that was connected with it. So please, Miss Rogers, tell us about yourself and tell us about this new project you have. I am in love with this woman's journey. Let's hear all about it.
Hey y'all, I am so glad to be at the 25th anniversary of Bare Bones Film Festival. I am Dr. Tamika Rogers. I am a screenwriter, a movie maker, and now I just created my first animation called Amika and Her Magical Crown.
Now, Amika, tell us about this little girl's journey and what The Crown is. For those of you that have not seen the Crown documentary that aired last year and then this new story, please tell us about what The Crown is.
Okay. So The Crown that I produced last year is a documentary, and I interviewed about 7 prominent black women in the Tulsa community talking about racial hair discrimination in the workplace and in school. And the whole premise of the documentary is to get people to relax and just to be able to accept people for who they are and how they show up. And with that, to pass legislation to go with it, because if we don't pass legislation, then it just doesn't seem as important. And so the whole thing is to try to pass the Crown Act. And about 20 other states so far has passed it, but not Tulsa, Oklahoma yet. Okay, so as we go for this year, I figured we have to give something back for our children, our youth, because our youth is our future. And so I created Amika and Her Magical Crown, and her hair has magical powers. And she is a young girl who is teaching us to love ourselves just the way God created us. Because in this world, we are constantly altering ourselves, sometimes at the fault of being dangerous with surgeries and chemicals and all that kind of stuff. So what Amika is teaching us is to love ourselves just the way we are, so we can love ourselves so much that we can pour that love into other people. So that's all it is about. It's about inclusion and diversity and self-love and community love. And that's what I aim to spread here at the Bare Bones Film Festival.
I think you're doing it. I think that you are doing it. That is a wonderful message. Yes, and our youth is so important to, especially. And
I would like to add is I use our youth as voiceovers in the animation. So they got the whole experience in making the movie, making the animation, doing the creative jam sessions where they let me know, oh, this might fit or this may not fit, right? And I took some of their advice and incorporated in the animation. And they got to see their voices come alive through the animation. So I just love being able to work with them.
Oh, that is wonderful. And I mean, and whose voice is more truer than our children's voices? Yes. They are more honest than brutally honest. And I'm sure they have made this a very colorful journey for you. Yeah, so Amika and Her Magical Crown is up for some awards today.
Yes.
Can you tell us about what awards they're up for?
I think it was nominated for Best Animation. I'm not entirely sure. I got just so wrapped up in just being here and being able to talk to all of my friends and filmmakers that, you know, I love that it's nominated, and I'm just here to just have a good time and be able to, because sometimes, you know, you're not able to network with so many great people, so that's what I'm here for.
Yes, that's right. And so I know Amika and Her Magical Crown are going to do great. We see you on the news promoting all of this story and this important message, and we are so very proud of you. Yes, and glad to see you out here at the Bare Bones Film Festival. Yes.
You are doing great. You look wonderful, and I'm glad to see you out here.
You too.
Thank you.
Good luck to you, Miss Rogers. Yes. A wonderful message for the youth coming up into this industry and into this world. She is going to make big moves with Amika and Her Magical Crown. Well, it looks like it's almost time. The doors are opening. It's just almost time for the awards show. This is the 25th anniversary of the Bare Bones International Film and Music Festival. We are here at the Roxy Theater. If you didn't hear earlier, that's in Muskogee, Oklahoma. Oscar and Shiron have been holding this festival for 25 years, pouring their hearts into it. They have all of these people that are involved in Oklahoma. They've put on classes, they've put on fundraisers, they show up for the coffee and cruise, they put on this huge festival, which has made a major staple in the state of Oklahoma and is one of the best festivals that is here in Oklahoma and in the tri-state area, really. But it is international. I'm sure if you're watching, please make sure that you leave us a comment and let us know how excited you are for all these awards. Who are your favorite actors and directors that are going to be coming to this? And, well, where is everybody going next? We'll see. As you can see, all of the people out here lined up. We've got a little bit of rain, but that's okay. That's not delaying any of our awards that we're going to have. In fact, inside the Roxy Theater, and I believe, let me grab my phone real quick. We are going to go in and let's see. We're going to check out the theater. Come on in. Let's see what's going on. This is inside the Roxy Theater where all of the Bare Bones Awards were going to be given out. Those Bare Bones Awards called the Bonehead. We're going to go inside and see this historic theater and check out this beautiful stage that we have. Here's Miss Rogers. As you can see, the theater is underway. We are getting it decorated and ready to go. The awards set to go off in just about 25 minutes. We'll be having Debbie Tucker doing some of the awards up there on stage. Come on closer so you can see this beautiful theater. It is iconic. Have you been here a lot?
Not a lot. I have a theater in Tulsa, Oklahoma called Circle Cinema. They're receiving an award for Shiron.
Well, tell us about you. What's your name?
Clark Weens, and I'm from Tulsa, Oklahoma. And about 20 years ago, we opened a theater called Circle Cinema, and we've had some bare bone activities up there. But we've done well. We've got 4 screens, and business is good, and we're a nonprofit, of course.
Yes, you know, I actually come there for the film, The Coffee and Crew.
Oh, really?
Yes.
Oh, thank you for attending. Yeah, we appreciate it. You get a glimpse of it. Have you come back for a movie?
I have. I was there for the Barbie premiere.
Oh, of course.
Yes.
Did you attend the Barbie box?
I did. I attended the Barbie box. I was a huge fan of Barbie growing up. My best friend was actually your DJ for that event. Oh, really? DJ Queen Justine out of Tulsa, Oklahoma.
Oh, you're right, they were. Yes, I'll be honest, I wasn't there for all the events. I get a little busy in other activities, but we're doing well. With the 3 films we had last year, Killers of the Moon, and of course Barbie and Oppenheimer, we had a very good year, to say the least.
Now tell us, you know, you have a lot of people that come through the Circle Cinema. You guys have been around a long time. I know that you just had an event with Ethan Hawke and Sterling Harjo. Could you tell us a little bit about that?
I can. Ethan's a friend of Sterling. Sterling's a friend of mine. Ethan's now a friend. And if I could say that, but they were there. We had actually 300 seats to sell, and we sold them in about 2 days. And at a premium price, but Ethan couldn't have been friendlier. Oh my gosh, he's a smart dude, and evidently he's very attracted to the opposite sex. That's not part of my business, but he was, and he's cool. And even my wife came home agog. The guy was so nice and friendly with us. It worked out quite well for us. But we had Sterling premiered all his movies at our place and stuff, and so this was a film, as you probably know, that with his daughter in it, Maya. And it was a very good film. We'll see how it goes, okay?
Absolutely. Yeah. Now, you said you've got some business here at the Bare Bones. Can you tell us about it?
For an award, I think it's called Trailblazer or something of that nature, and I'm about to learn more about it than perhaps I should. I should know already and don't. I apologize. But Shiron's been a friend along with Oscar for years, and I'm glad to be part of this function. And for any honor that really deserves to all the people at a nonprofit besides myself. It takes everyone, more than a village.
It really does. Yeah, well, we're glad to have you here. Good luck to you on your Trailblazer Award.
We'll look forward to it.
All right. Yes, you're welcome. Thank you. And we're inside the Roxy Theater getting ready to go down. It's the Bare Bones International Film and Music Festival. I'm going to leave you with the stage and get ready for these awards. Let's see. Let's see how it's all going to go down with all of the winners tonight. We're ready.
Also, just want to know if you're looking for more interviews. I'm a filmmaker here. I have a short that played on Friday. So, yeah. Kaden just kind of came in yesterday. I work for the news as well. I'm usually the person who gives interviews to people, but yeah, I'm a news videographer for Channel 2 in Tulsa.
Okay. That's probably why you listened. I saw you outside and I thought, my name's Kimberly Jones.
Nice to meet you.
I'm the voice out at Hard Rock.
Oh, great. All right. Yeah.
We'll wait till he comes back.
Cool, yeah.
Yeah, I got about 20 minutes. And what's your film?
Yes, exactly. And we both went to OU. And also a little bit of sci-fi. Basically, like a guy who's program basically with himself a better, like made up. So you get it, yeah. Yeah. He's like this lonely janitor guy, and then he makes himself like super popular and all this. Yeah. It was a student project and everything. Also, I'm a student at Tulsa Community College.
Oh, you are?
Yeah.
Yeah, you love it?
Yeah. And I'm actually about to graduate.
Yeah, so this is the Hitchhiker, and then mine is Hiring Dog.
We've been looking for these other guys.
Exactly. I haven't seen it's from Arkansas or something.
Last time I was here, we started like.
That's fantastic. That's cool. That big swing. You get to go overall. That's so cool.
Ups and downs, 60 seconds. Oh yeah, I've been in that situation.
Welcome back. Did you enjoy your tour of the Roxy Theater? I hope you did. I have another guest here tonight. He's got an award coming up. Please introduce yourself. Now, he's used to doing the interviews. He's actually with Channel 2 in Tulsa, Oklahoma. Please introduce yourself and tell us about your project in the Bare Bones Film Festival.
My name is Caden Wittig. My project was a student film at Tulsa Community College. It's called The Cleanup Routine, and it's basically a little bit of drama, a little bit of comedy, a little bit of sci-fi, and it's about a guy who uses a computer program to actually rebuild his own life. But yeah, I'm really excited about the project. I screened on Friday, and yeah, I'm just excited to be out here.
And you say he uses a computer program to boost his life. Can you tell us, what does he boost his life for?
So in the film, he's like, he's basically just this lonely janitor kind of guy, not a lot of social interaction. So it's mostly just for a connection towards people. And so, yeah, there's a little bit of comedy and then a little bit of like actual character drama in it.
And you said this is a student film for you. Is this your first student film, and is this the first festival that you've had it in?
This is actually the second film I have had in festivals. Before this, I did a documentary covering the just Oklahoma's film industry and how it's grown. This is my first narrative film that has been in festivals, and it's played at a few before this one. It's premiered in Tulsa at the Circle Cinema, and yeah, I'm just excited to see how it goes. I'm getting it screened as many places as I can.
And you are getting ready to be done with the schooling. What is next for you?
So I'm doing a lot of film work on the side in terms of crew jobs on sets. You know, I work at Channel 2 News now as a news photographer, and I also even do a little bit of acting jobs. I actually have an acting job first thing in the morning tomorrow in Edmond. So.
Ooh, can you tell us about that?
Yeah, it's for a series called Spoken Gospel. I'm actually playing a priest in it, and I do a lot of acting things. I was just on the film The Last Rodeo as a cowboy. I did a day on Twisters. I just like fitting any sort of film-related thing I can into my schedule.
That's awesome, and that's some big films that have just come through in Oklahoma. You were part of the last rodeo. Tell us, what part did you take in it? Can you tell us anything about it?
I can say a little bit. I was cast as a cowboy. They put the casting call out for, I guess, athletic-looking people in their 20s, and I got the role. Got to put on a whole rodeo outfit and everything. Didn't get the hat, although a lot of people did, but that was a really fun set, especially to see all the stars just around and everything.
Now, were you there? I was there that day, I believe. Were you there with the bull riding?
Yes, I was. I did do a day at Expo Square, and I basically just got to witness a lot of bull riding. So that was just basically like getting paid to watch a fun event.
Yeah, and we will leave it at that because we can't say too much more, but I cannot wait for that film to come out. We wish you a lot of success with this film in this festival. Now, tell us, what's the next festival for this particular film?
I'm not 100% sure yet, so I have a lot of submissions out, and I'm just waiting on the notification deadline. So it could be anywhere, but I got a lot coming up. And
where would you like to see it go?
There's still a lot of festivals left in Oklahoma, and I'm just starting to expand to the close-by regions. There's some in Arkansas, some in Texas I've looked at, and I'm just slowly trying to expand my horizons for festival submissions.
Well, I think you're going to have a lot of success. He's not even done with school, and he's already gone this far. Good luck to you today here at the Bare Bones Film Festival.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome. All right, guys, it's almost time for the awards. This is the 25th anniversary of the Bare Bones Film International Film and Music Festival. Right here inside of the Roxy Theater, there is the stage. There's Miss Rogers. We've gotten a lot of guests today, a lot of great interviews. I hope you stay tuned to see the awards. And if you get a chance to come out to the Roxy Theater here in Muskogee, please get your shoes on and let's go. It's going to be a great night here with the Bonehead Awards at the Bare Bones Film and Music Festival.
Excellent job.
Thank you.
Go ahead and give me the camera. Go ahead and point the camera at me. Hi there, folks. John Edwards, EF Productions. I don't have anything in the film festival this year, but right now we're dealing with some technical issues with the projection, and Oscar is busy working on it. I think he has some help upstairs. I'm going to go back to the documentary that I was showing before while we work out some of these technical issues, and then we'll be back with you with the live show. So hang in there. We'll be back, right? All right. I'm going to go back now.
With all kinds of new financing models and marketing and promotional and distribution models. I just heard recently about crowdfunding, where they go on Twitter and if you invest $25 in this movie, they give you a t-shirt. If you invest $100, you can visit the set, and if you give $1,000, you can be an extra or something. And they're raising money doing those kind of things. And it's not against the SEC, it's not a violation of trade because they're donations. Same thing with distribution. People are marketing at least their trailers on YouTube and stuff. But boy, the competition's fierce. It's really hard. And that's the difficult part of independent filmmaking.
A lot of people talk about self-distribution and, oh, I'm going to make a whole bunch of money in self-distribution. Maybe. Maybe not. But what you're going to do with self-distribution is you're going to get your movie out there. And a lot of people are going to see it. And when you make your next film, more people are going to come back. To me, this is like, and I equate this to the music business, it's like being in a band. We're going to release that first record and we're going to go out and we're going to tour. And, you know, if we sell enough, we'll go back, we'll make the second one. We're going to go back out and tour. I'm all about making a living doing what you love. You know, it's not all about making a huge fortune. It's not about hanging out at the Sundance Film Festival and places like that. It's about making movies, telling stories, and doing something that you enjoy doing all the time. Will you get rich? It's up to you. Do you want to get rich? The self-distribution is probably not the way to do it. But the odds are when you make that movie, nobody's going to distribute it anyway. So your choices are you can do it yourself or it can sit on the shelf, no one can see it, and when it comes time to make another film and you ask all your friends, will they come out and help and do this thing, they're all going to say no. Because by not getting your film out there and by not showing it however you can, you have just disrespected your entire cast and your crew. Why should they work with you again? Why should they go through the motions of helping you and supporting you when you made that film and you didn't get it out there because you were told it wasn't very good? It's you have to be in this for the long haul. That's the best I can tell you.
We're here with Renee Michaels. She has a movie in it. Would you like to tell us about it?
Sure. It's called The Death of Kevin Fry. It's my first feature that I've directed by myself. It's a faith-based film about an assassin who wants to change his life, falls in love with a girl from a small town, and then things start happening when his past starts to catch up with him.
Very cool. And where did you do most of the filming?
We shot 100% of the movie was shot in Bartlesville, Oklahoma.
Very nice. All Oklahoma. There you go. Are you up for any kind of awards or anything today?
Yeah, we've been nominated for Best Family Feature and Best Oklahoma Soil Picture, and then our lead actress, Jamie Harris, has been nominated for Best Actress in a Feature.
Very cool. I wish you the best of luck.
Information or education is the key to success, especially in this business. Golden nuggets of truth and wisdom can go a long way to saving your budget and possibly your career.
You better be dedicated and you better be willing to give up your life, basically. It sounds extreme, but it's true. Be willing to give up your friends, be willing to not start or have a damper on your family. You better be ready to eat, sleep, and breathe it, literally, or you need to just go home and do something else.
And you have to be very, very careful not to have people steal your ideas. And you have to be very, very careful not to get involved in drugs and alcohol and the partying of Hollywood, because those things will end your career. They make it almost impossible for you to create. Actually, there's 5 things that you have to ascribe to in Hollywood. Don't drink excessively. Do not do drugs. Do not have a kid. Do not have a mortgage. And do not have a relationship that is taxing on you, like a very, very overly dependent girlfriend or boyfriend, or a very overly dependent wife or husband. If you can avoid doing those, you will continue to make movies and move forward. And I'm not saying that you're not going to make movies and move forward if you have a mortgage or a wife or a dog or a baby, or, it's just, it makes it a little more difficult to breathe. And you really need to be able to breathe, because that's going to keep you going.
It's not a single person art. It's an art form done by lots of people. The director, the producer, of course the actors, they all have to be on the same page, and it's all an important endeavor. But the main thing is just go for it, do it. Just follow your dream and get out, because you never know what kind of magic will happen when you go out and start doing it.
Don't give up. You stick with the fellow filmmakers like yourself and keep yourselves motivated. Get on any and every project you possibly can to hone your skills to the best of your ability, but don't give up.
If I was to give any advice to an up-and-comer, somebody who wanted to get into independent film and wanted to become a filmmaker, I would say, don't listen to anybody else. Listen to your heart and go where your heart leads you. Don't give up, don't get discouraged. If you do get discouraged or something happens that you feel is a setback, turn it into a lesson. Nobody's going to make it happen unless you make it happen. Nobody's going to give you a golden opportunity until you make yourself a golden opportunity. Everything that you have in life right now is because you made it happen. Everything you want to have happen is going to happen because you make it happen. And never, ever, ever give up.
Life is short, and if you have creativity and you're feeling the need to get your information out there, go for it. There's no reason not to. There's no reason not to. There's no bad ideas. Creativity just explodes when you get around other creative people, and I think if you can come to a film festival and share your ideas, maybe bounce your ideas off some of the other people who are involved in the industry, it's definitely the place to go. And you can always feel like you can come up with something and try it. Just try it. Shiron has this saying, make your first your worst. And so from there on, you're always going to get better. And I always believe that too. It's always going to get better. So just keep working at it.
The filmpreneur, whether they're starting or whether they're already engaged, my advice to the budding or continuing filmpreneur is, number one, get an education. I know, I'm talking about a self-education, self-directed, to learn what you need to know to do what it is you want to do. Yes, I own several books, many books. I believe in books, and I believe in listening to others. Maybe that's number two. Part of that education is to listen to others. Learn by their experiences so that you do not make the exact same mistakes. You can make new ones and find solutions. And three would be willing to share what you do know with others. Those would be my three. Just basically learning what you need to do, listening to others, and sharing with others would be the key to your success, because networking is important, marketing is important, financial success is important, but none of it's going to happen if you're just flying by the seat of your pants and you don't know which way is up.
It has been my pleasure to produce this project, and it is my hope that you are both entertained and educated in the process of viewing. Before going, I want to leave you with this one piece of advice. Remember, until you make it big, don't quit your day job.
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 Hey, don't quit your day job.
Don't quit your day job. Unless you can. Move in with your parents, live in the basement.
Don't quit your day job so you can.
Don't quit your day job until you have distribution for your movie.
Submission rejected. Please try again.
Half past, not quite gone, not quite here. Far from dawning, midnight still holds rain. Dark domain forever longing, vapors looming by and by. Seek through creeping, chariots reaping, night air seeping, a warlock's lullaby.
Yes, that's me. Hello.
Half past, hour late, forever haunted, stagnant state. Midnight still holds rain, dark domain forever longing. Midnight still holds rain, midnight still holds rain. Midnight, midnight, midnight.
I don't get it.
Yeah, it's transdimensional.
I don't know.
We're excited for you to be here tonight. As I said, this is the 25th anniversary. So how it's going to work today is I'm going to introduce.
Well, just when you see it, mute it.
They're going to come up and tell you.
Or turn off all your channels except for his.
And then they're going to read off the nominees and the winners.
Lean into it or? Yeah. Testing, 1, 2, 3. Good afternoon, everybody. It's an honor to be here. I'm a former participant and filmmaker in years past at Bare Bones. I've been away for a few years, although I won't say where. God, I still get stage fright. We have a lot of history and tradition here over the years. It's good to see some of the same faces back that I had encountered years past, watching their projects as well as mine, and it's just good to be here again and see everybody. Oscar, Shiron, and looks like a new shift has come on as well. So anyway, let's get down to business. One moment, please. Technical difficulties. The award category for Best Music Video USA for the tune Won't Be Around, Terry Blade. Unfortunately, Terry couldn't be here with us tonight, but the show goes on. For the award category Best Movie Music Soundtrack Score for Asteria, the winner is Yvonne Schlepper. And moving forward, for the feature screenplay TV pilot script Fool's Gold by T.J. Morehouse.
We greatly appreciate this award. We were so excited. Our film was just finished filming in Wagoner, Oklahoma, just a little bit down the street in downtown. It was the most exciting project I've worked on to date. TJ could not be here. His wife just had a bone graft and he lives in California, but we are so excited to accept this award for everyone who worked on this project, and we really, really thank Bare Bones Festival.
And now the next award, Script to Screen Award, Al Merkins.
This festival has always been so good to us, and we really enjoy coming here. In 25 years, it's just incredible. Yeah, thanks, Lance, for all you do in emceeing this. We actually were here, the script for Thank You, Amelia Earhart. If you get really bored, that's on Facebook. Thank you, Amelia Earhart. The script actually won the Best Drama Screenplay back in 2018. And just to be able to produce the movie and then win this is just fantastic. I was the writer, director, and producer, and then my wife Randy was everything else. We had an amazing crew on film. A couple had been crew members on Oscar-nominated films. They looked at everything she was doing and just like couldn't believe it. So.
It was just a wonderful experience, and I just feel so blessed to be able to take things that he has written so eloquently and turn him into a screen, something on the screen that we can all enjoy. So it was great.
Yeah, thank you.
And now the next award is the Trailblazer, Ink Bird, screenwriter.
First of all, I'd like to say happy 25th to their homes. And it's also an honor to be here today with you guys. Got my start here in 2010. I was very unsure of what I was going to do as far as being a writer. It was a long road for me to get into screenwriting. Came here with a feature script called Dinner with Harry, and I heard people up here, performing my script, and I wound up winning the live screenplay reading in 2010, and that kind of solidified it for me. And so came back the next year, 2011, and we won Best Mini Feature, and it solidified me as a filmmaker from that moment forward. So I definitely have Oscar Dean and Shiron to thank for that. They definitely welcomed me here with open arms. I got to meet a lot of you people that I see here today. I see Ford, I see some other people out here that I remember from back in the day. And so it's great to see you guys come back here. I just want to say that filmmaking is a labor of love for anybody that does it. It's a culmination of passion, people, and ideas. And if we can sit into a movie theater for 2 hours together with people that we don't know, we all should be able to also come together regardless of ideology or race or anything and make films together. I live by the simple principle of do it anyway. Okay? When I sat down to do my first film, didn't have any money, didn't know how I was going to do it, knew a buddy that had cameras and lights. I never directed anything before. He never directed anything before. All the actors that I worked with were from the stage, so they talk really loud. And so we had to work with them to not project so much when they were on screen. And but we did it anyway. And we brought that film up here, 2010, and I remember us screening at Max Garage, and we were up against stiff competition, and a lot of great films were there, but we were told at the end that you guys told the best story. So I encourage you, again, work together, do it anyway, no matter what you got. We put our film together with love, spit, bubble gum, duct tape. And it wasn't the best looking film that could have got here and told the best story. So thank you again for this award. I appreciate it from the bottom of my heart. This is a full circle moment for me. I got my start here, so this is amazing. Thank you so much.
And last but not least, Pioneer Trailblazer Award goes to Brian Lugowski.
Thank you. This is a real honor. I see a lot of faces in this crowd that go way back for me. I've been affiliated with Bare Bones since the very first year, along with other numerous film festivals throughout the state. And it's been a passion of mine to try and help young filmmakers from an early age. I started the very first rental company back in 1991, so prior to even that, I've been working in the industry since 1985. So this is actually my 39th year in film production. And so we're still actively working. Just in the last couple of weeks, we've done projects with Walmart, General Mills, John Legend, Pioneer Woman, Express Personnel, just to name a few. But it's a great honor to be recognized for all the efforts that I put forth over the countless decades of working hard to try and grow this industry from not only helping the film festival, but creating and starting the film education school at OCCC. I want to say a lot of people kind of give great reference to the festival. That was a brainchild of mine that I approached the film office and said, hey, I've got this idea where we need to train more young filmmakers here in Oklahoma, and they can't get the training without the access to the hands-on experience with the equipment. So that's pretty much the only little recognizing your own company in the state. I donated all the use of that equipment for nearly a decade to OCCC. And so it was an honor to teach that program as well for the first decade. And a lot of people don't realize I also had a hand in creating the Dead Center Film Festival as well. Next year will be their 25th anniversary. And so they're kind of following in Oscar and Shiron's footprints, and trying to continue the tradition of long-running film festivals in here in Oklahoma to help educate young filmmakers like me to do that kind of. So thanks again. We appreciate the recognition, and hopefully we'll continue to help young filmmakers for a few more years at least.
Thank you, everybody.
And Bulldog, thank you for being here. And I do, and one thing that is great about Bare Bones, and they were the first film festival in Oklahoma. And what they do is they provided a place where people that were coming into the industry could meet people that had found it in years before. And so it is true how involved he was with OCCC and everything that's been going on here, because the film renaissance has been going on long before the 2000s, but it was very few people that were doing that. So thank you for everything you've done, Bulldog. And let's bring up Israel Marquez for the next group.
How's it going, everybody? Can you hear me? Yeah. I got a soft voice, so if you can't hear me, just go. And I'm short. There we go. So I've been coming to Bare Bones since 2015. I did a short film and didn't really know where to go with it, So somebody said, hey, you should submit it to the Bare Bones. I'm like, why? What's so special about it? Let me tell you, that changed my perspective on the way everything goes. So whenever anybody tells you, film festivals ain't that, they don't mean anything. Bullshit. Bullshit. Film festivals like Bare Bones and others have got me in front of my heroes, you know, because of that. So just keep going, keep writing, keep directing, and keep acting, and you'll get there, I promise. All right, here we go. Oh man, so many good ones. I'm going to start off with the nominees for Thriller Award. Okay, everybody ready?
Yes. Yes.
The nominees are Deadline, directed by Aiden Gilmore. Distance by Matt Barks. And Elephant by Patrick Golowinski. If I didn't hear that. All right. And the winner is Israel. No, Distance, Matt Barks.
Thank you, Bare Bones Film Festival. I was saying last night at the Q&A that every job on a film is important and creative. Someone brings something really creative to what they're putting into the film, or be it the writer-director, the grip, the sound person. They all bring something really, really important, and that's so evident in Distance, and I'm so blessed that I have a cast and crew that I had to work with. They made that what it is. So yeah.
You know, I love coming to film festivals. I like being around like creative people. I don't get that back home much. I don't hang around a lot of people. But here I was able to talk to a lot of you guys and I just felt so energized. It's amazing. Thanks for coming. The next is going to be the horror genre. Y'all ready? And the nominees are An Occasion of Sin by Mara Powell. The next nominee is Beverly Hills Exorcist by Rem Scoble. Oh man, I almost said something different on this one. Okay. You'll probably know what I was going to say once I read it. And the third nominee is Urbex by Troy Hart. And the winner is, I was going to say Uberex. And the winner is Urbex by Troy Hart.
Sorry, I don't have a whole lot I can say, but this film was shot in an actual haunted facility, so it was actually a good place to work. And we've been coming up here, I don't know how many times, but we started way back in the early, maybe 2012, somewhere in that area. So we've been here many times and love it very much, so I really appreciate it. It's all good. Thank you.
Herbity, however you want to say it. Edgar Jims and Artemis Cole is a nominee. Emerald City, Joseph Stife. And the last one is The Seer by Matthew L. Oakley. And the winner is, y'all ready? The Seer by Matthew L. Oakley.
So this is like so sentimental for me. And The Seer is the first ever superhero standalone film made in this state. And I made this because, you know, growing up in Muskogee, all my friends and comrades and peers, I would always hear them false claiming where they were from. You know, I would hear them say, I'm from Dallas. But I'm like, dude, I went to elementary school and high school. You're from here. You know, just because your aunt and uncle's from Dallas or your aunt and uncle's from California doesn't mean you're from there. And I used to ask myself, like, why do people feel so ashamed of where they're from? And I thought about it and I was like, well, Oklahoma doesn't have pop culture when it comes to the superhero genre, you know? And the superhero genre teaches us so much about a city. Like, you might not have ever been to New York or Brooklyn, but you know something about it because of Spider-Man. So that's been my big inspiration of making The Seer. And right now I'm in development of making a TV show. And you know, what we got honored today with this movie is we put nothing but Oklahoma artists and actors and crew and all of that. 90%. It was a SAG film. It was my first time producing as a SAG producer. I went through heaven and hell. But I'm just so pleased and honored to really get this because it means very sentimental reasons for me being from an Okie from Muskogee. So thank you.
All right, I got 3 more. So a famous filmmaker once told me, all else fails, shoot a comedy. I was like, no, that's not me, but I love watching it. So here we go, comedy, dramedy. The nominees are October Daisies, Adam Ragsdale, director Adam Ragsdale. Orange Park, director Cody Geer. And The Redeemables 2 by Al Ubinski. Now these next 3 awards, we have them, they're not here, but if you are here, come up anyway and we'll get them to you, in a later time. Okay, so here we go, and the winner is The Redeemables 2, Al Ubinski. Again, we got your award, we just got to get it here. That's what I'm send it to you.
Thank you. I've been here a few days and I've watched great films. For someone to say that a festival doesn't matter, I've heard that before too when I started filmmaking, but how would you know if it's a great film or what you're doing is right as a filmmaker? You gotta watch films. So I thank Bare Bones for selecting me, and I started this during the pandemic, started making films. I was an unemployed actor, not something very uncommon. And especially during the pandemic, we had no work as actors. So I picked up a camera, and then I just upgraded from there. And this was my second film, and I'm really honored by this. And I want to thank you and the Bare Bones Festival for accepting it. Thank you.
And the winner is Echoes by Tim Ritter. Again, this is another award that we're going to get here. We're going to attend the award right now.
All right. Obviously, first, I'd like to thank the cast and crew, because that's who made the film. Thank you to Bare Bones for playing true independent films. The reason you make films for cheap is you can make the film you want, and you don't have to necessarily make it for commercial consideration. So I appreciate it. 2 hours is a lot to carve out for a weird kind of fakey film. And I'd like to thank the volunteers for keeping the festival going smooth, toiling behind the scenes. Shiron and Oscar for making me feel welcome. Very much Larry, making me feel like an Oklahoman. Chuck back there. It was a pleasure meeting a lot of you, seeing all your films. Lots of incredible stuff I saw, so grateful to be a part of it.
We're missing the other ones, but we. All right, last one. This is one of my favorite genres, sci-fi fantasy. The nominees for this one is AIDHC, Ryan J. Gilmer-Craig, and S. Is that 2 people or 1? Ryan J. Gilmer-Craig, S. Stoner. I think it's 1 person. Second nominee, Launch at Paradise, Carrie Ann Quinn. And the last one, Blue Eyed Boy and Mr. Death, Jason Phillips Butterman. And the winner is, are you all ready? Launch at Paradise, Carrie Ann Quinn. All right, thank you for having me. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Israel. As you can imagine, our rehearsal wasn't super extensive for this, so awesome job pronouncing all of that. That was great. So my next up, we have Debbie Tucker and Marlon Coleman. Come on up. And Debbie is a longtime actress here in Oklahoma. I think she and I worked together in 2009, maybe? So, you've been puffing the boards a little bit. Get on up here, Debbie. Marlon, welcome back. Are you going first? Okay.
Let me say good afternoon to all of us today. Certainly, we are to give you brief comments about how we became familiar with Bare Bones. My story is a little different because I am fortunate to have served as the 50th mayor of the city of Muskogee and the first African American to ever have held. When I came to Muskogee in 2010, one of the first sets of people I had the privilege of meeting were Oscar and Shiron Way. Oscar was dressed up as Bass Reeves, and I didn't know what was happening in Oklahoma. Why is this 6'8" black man dressed up as a cowboy with a play gun on his side? And I fell in love with him immediately when I learned the story of Bass Reeves and the history that he has here for the city of Muskogee. And when I met Shiron, that was a whole different story altogether. They called her Butterfly, but she needs a different name. Should be Energizer Bunny. She could not sit still, always doing what she can to add value to this program. So please join me on this 25th anniversary celebrating Oscar and Shiron Ray. Debbie and I were joking as we were sitting there because we have slips with no winners' names on them. And so someone will hurriedly run to the stage to help us as soon as we read off this category. So the first category that we have for today is for Best Student. And the winner is... I don't know that either. Higher knowledge. That's student count.
Say something? Sure. Hi. This one, first off, I want to say thank you to all my fellow nominees. This is my first film festival. This is really wonderful to be here. It's about my fourth student film I've made, but it's just wonderful to see everybody and what they're making. Thanks Mom, Dad, and my sister Hallie. Let's see. Thank you to my professor, Sunrise Titicani. I wouldn't have started making films without him. And I do want to say thank you to somebody who can't be here today, but who I wouldn't have made this film without, which is my friend and producer, Kayla Marie Stanford. They are now the American Film Institute, and were thankful enough to let me write a little story, and that was about people destroying their minds, and then helped me make it with a lot of blood, sweat, and tears, and about $100 of fake meat that we could get from Crest. This has just been such a wonderful festival to be at, and just started making, and hearing people working for 39 years just makes me hope that in 39 years I can be back here and still be making things. So thank you.
The next award category is for Best Oklahoma Soil, and the winner is nominees are D-Cats, Future Tense, Lady Red Warriors, My West Dusty Baker, and Static in the Ether. And the winner is?
Not here at the moment.
All right. is the last one I'll read before we bring up Debbie. Or do you do best documentary short?
Okay. Yeah.
Come on. The Ned Hockman Award. And I believe there's a plaque for that. What's the name? Ned Hockman Award. The student who just came, when you come back up.
Run the water.
It's not your fault.
I am so happy to step up and interfere. He had the wrong award. I would have noticed it because there are two Elijahs. Both are students. Where's Elijah Bigler?
That's me.
No, Bigler.
I am big one.
Where is Falcons? What the? Thank you very much. Interference over. Come forth, Falcons. Okay.
Keep playing, Sam. There we go.
Is this the Ned Hockman one? Or the? Okay, yes. And what's the one that you got?
I got best student film. You're next on.
Oh, like two different, okay.
You still gotta give a speech.
Well, it's included here, this is the Ned Hockman student filmmaker award, and he got the best student film. So, cool. Thank you. Didn't prepare anything because I didn't expect to say anything. But thank you to Bare Bones. This is the first award that I've won at a film festival. So, Hitchhiker was my second short film that I made while at OU. And it was, if you didn't see it, it involves a fight scene on the top of a moving truck. And it was pretty ambitious for a couple of college kids to go for, and I wouldn't have been able to do it without my all my cast and crew and everybody being willing to do everything. My brother was one of the actors, and he broke his foot in a motorcycle accident a week before filming, and he still did the fight scene on top of the truck. So kudos to him. Yeah, thank you everybody, and I'm glad to be here. Thank you.
What this young man did not tell you that he actually had 3 films in the festival: The Forest, The Accused, and Hitchhiker. Let's give him another hand. You are our future. You're going to hear that again and again and again. It's the youth, because I got more years behind and ahead, and some of y'all do too. So, mentor the youth.
I'm a rookie presenter here, so if I mess up, that's fine. I've been coming to Bare Bones several years. I've been an actress and been lucky enough to have some projects shown here. Just come to see friends' projects and films from all over. It's an experience to see the talent that's out there. So, 25 years. It's great. It's amazing. Now we will be doing documentary short. Our nominees are Homesick, The Endless Mile, and The Toy Cart. And the bonehead goes to Homesick.
Good evening. Good Let me say hello, Creek. I'm going to accept this award on behalf of the Wilson Steiner, who can't be here today. He's the director for the movie Homesick, or E50 Hayati in Creek. He's in Georgia, and Georgia is the homeland for Muskogee Creek. And he had contacted me, he found my artwork online, and he wanted to collaborate with me. But he lived so far away. I told him, remember that shocking. Come on to Oklahoma. We can make something. And he came down. The original idea was to get 3 or 4 different Muskogee artists who have never been to the homelands, the Macon Mounds, the mounds of Macon, Georgia, and get our stories and understand why we create art about Native American history, North American history, Creek history. But nobody responded, so we only got 15 minutes, and just what I do as an artist, and my love for Creek history and Oklahoma history. So this is for Wilson Steiner. I'm going to let him know. But I also want to thank my parents, my mother, she's in the film, she helped me out. I'd like to thank Brett Postock, I'd like to thank my father, my parents, for getting me to the art shows and supporting my dreams. This is really awesome. Considering the fact that this is the first film submitted to Muskogee, being Creek, it's fitting, it's very fitting that we won an award pertaining to Creek history, Oklahoma history. So, thank you, and God bless you.
Story, the Summer of Akachi's feature of short films, and the Butterfly People. Yep. And our bonehead winner is Full Court Press, the Kinzacker Story.
Thank you very much, Bare Bones. Thank you for all that. This story that we started about 3.5 years ago, we thought it mainly had to do with racial equality. We're all, Chuck, myself, my wife, we're all from the town of Nowata, Oklahoma, and we had a basketball coach in the late 60s, early 70s that stood on his principles on a racial issue that divided our town. But we with this film, by telling his story, we were able to heal a lot of the feelings that were still there after 50 years. We brought our town together. We had some tough opposition. They didn't want us to do this film. But when we started the story, we just knew that part of it. What I didn't know is what happened after he left Millwater. The coach ended up committing suicide at age 36 up in Leavenworth, Kansas. So a very short life for a man that impacted a lot of people in a lot of ways. So our film ended up touching the elements of racial equality, mental illness awareness, and suicide prevention. We feel blessed that we've been told that we've saved some lives with our film already, and we've changed dozens and dozens of people's lives by seeing it and realizing the we have got people into counseling. They've seen the film and said, that's me. And I've got to tell my spouse what's going on. I've got to tell my children I'm struggling. And we continually, and I'm not exaggerating when I say every single week, somebody's contacting us and saying, where can I go get help? And that's important. So we've healed our town in a lot of ways that we knew we probably could. On the other side of it, we're hoping to heal the nation in a lot of ways. Chuck Price was a godsend. You know, I started the project, but I had absolutely zero experience in filmmaking. I just knew we had a story to be told. And Chuck was a few years ahead of me in school. I had no idea what happened to Chuck after high school, but he ended up having a lot of experience, and he heard I was needing help, and he came on board. So again, Chuck Price was a godsend. Chuck, say a few words.
Thank you, Bear Bones, and congratulations on the 25th anniversary. I want to thank all these filmmakers. We keep it alive. Storytelling is the essence of life, and how do we learn? So keep it up, and we'll make it short, because I really don't have a lot to say. But thank you, everybody. Thank you for coming. And thank you for the cast and crew. They all were volunteers, and they did an exceptional job making the story. So thank you very much, and love you all. Move the stomach that way, right? You hit the little thing.
Best Animation. Amika and the Magical Crown. Rabbit Stories. Robot Tank 17. Anthology. And the bonehead is going to Amika and the Magical Crown.
Hey, Bear Bones. Congratulations on your 25th anniversary. Let me tell y'all, I do this. Thank you. My first film festival was last year with Bear Bones. And I was able to come in here and just be welcomed with open arms. I had an idea. And like Hank said, just do it. I had an idea, and I wrote a script. Yeah. And I couldn't sleep until I finished writing that script. Yeah. And so I was up for like weeks writing that script. And then I was like, oh my gosh, this is not how script writers write a script. So how do I do it, right? So I Googled it and researched it and found out how to do it. But the point is, I had an idea and I had to get it out. I won at Bare Bones. I was able to also show my documentary here, Crown. It's on Amazon and Tubi now. And I just love the full experience. And when I'm out here around all of y'all creatives, it inspires me to keep creating. And so I want to thank you all. Thanks for your inspiration. Thanks for making films. This right here is My Heart, Amika and Her Magical Crown. It's about a young girl whose magical powers is in her hair, her kinks and her curls, right? And I made Amika and Her Magical Crown because our youth needs someone like her, where you can get up and love yourself just the way you are, just the way God made you. Because we live in a world where we're altering ourselves, where we're literally killing ourselves to fit in this box. And when I say killing ourselves, I mean having all types of surgeries, chemicals, and all types of things to alter who we are. But first we need to love who we are and how we are. And so I think that if we could do that, and we could pass that on to our youth, we can love ourselves so much, we can pour that into others. And that's the whole theme of Amika and Her Magical Crown. So I want to thank you all, thank the cast and the crew. I think I have Jerica out there in the audience. She was the mom. I said, Jerica, can you be the, no, that did not happen like that. I was at an event with Jerica, and she says, you know, I heard you doing the animation. I would be a wonderful voice. And I said, oh, okay, well, come on. And that's how that happened. And she did great. So she's the mom in Amika and Her Magical Crown. And Mr. Keith Ross here, he is Marcus, who is a scientist and a rapper. So he did an amazing job. So one of my favorite things, before I get the dog to get kicked off the stage, but one of my favorite things about creating Amika and Her Magical Crown was having our youth involved. Well, I'm telling you, I had our youth involved in every aspect of it, as far as we had jam creative sessions where they got together at the table and told me what wasn't cool, because I think one thing is cool, and obviously they put me in line. No, you shouldn't do that. We don't say that anymore. This is what we say instead. You know, so I got the youth involved. They checked me a few times. I checked them a few times. We rolled with it. They got in the studio. They loved going to the radio station and talking about what they created. They put on the headphones. They just did everything, and they showed up. And that's what I want. I want us all to be able to show up exactly how we are. So thank you, Bare Bones, for allowing us to show up how we are. Thanks, Shiron.
Trailblazer Award, and this goes to Clark Weems.
More important, again, I want to congratulate my friends, Shiron and Oscar, for this beautiful festival they've had here. A week ago, I was spent a week at the Roxy Theater in Missoula, Montana. And they have everything going for it, but didn't have this. And I again thank you all again for the privilege of letting me be here. The Circle Cinema, we opened it 20 years ago. We're there 5 years ahead of us, and we've always been in a race, and they always seem to win, so we've learned that. We appreciate it. But the one thing that we've learned, that I'm sure Shiron knows, that it takes more than a village to make a nonprofit theater work, and to keep it working. It takes so many people. About an hour and a half, I couldn't thank all those that do
particular, our passion has always been community conscious through film. That's educating our community any way possible. Yes, we did have Amika and the Magic Crown at the circle. It was a proud moment at that time. Thank you again for being here. But as we go to wrap up, you guys got things to do, we all do. It's so important. I cannot forget the volunteers, the donors, the board members, a multitude of people that makes a theater like the Circle Cinema be what it is, stay what it is, and its goal, as everybody alluded to, film is one of the best, if not the best, teaching agent in America, in the world. We live and we believe by it always, and we thank you all for your support of not only this event, but also for the Circle Cinema. Please come and join us sometime. Thank you so much.
More photos. Congratulations, Clark. And for those of you who don't know, so Clark runs the Circle Cinema and owns it in Tulsa, but also founded the Rodeo Cinema in Oklahoma City. So he runs the two most independently focused movie theaters in Oklahoma. So thank you for that. So I have a quick announcement. Well, first of all, I want to say thank you and introduce you to Vanna White's replacements, Erica Tucker and Larry Hoffman. So thank you very much for doing a wonderful job. And again, I do want to say thank you for the Bare Bones Orchestra, Steve Cyber. So John Edwards, who is in the back and has been involved with the festival for very long, has produced a 25th anniversary video. We are, instead of showing it, it's 20 minutes long, so instead of showing it, he's going to put it up on his website today so that everyone here can see it, and then they're going to have an official screening of it at the Roxy Theater some other time, so just know that you have that to look forward to. And now I want to bring up the sharpest dressed man in the room, Brian Shue.
Brett, they never fixed this since you did that adjustment. Okay, there you are. Well, it's a delight for me to take part in this. I'm very honored to be asked to be a presenter. You know, that was 17 years ago when I entered my film. I made a film because why not? And I put it out there and got accepted to Bare Bones Film Festival. I was so excited, and I remember coming that night, and we had a whole bunch of people from the film, and they thought it was a premiere, so they all dressed, you know, overdressed like me, and we were, and you know, turns out as a filmmaker, I was a pretty good actor, so I decided I better stick to that and leave the filming making to you guys because we didn't win. tell you that 17 years ago, and what it has done, what it did do at the time, it introduced me to lots of people like Bulldog who really helped me make that happen. And a lot of other people came alongside, and it just developed this culture and community, am I right? And so it just makes you grow as a filmmaking community, and it's 25 years of flourishing because of this, because of you, Mr. Reed. He's not going to draw on me or anything, is he? Okay, appreciate that. And because of you, Shiron, and it's just been a delight to be associated with them, and especially for an honor like this. I better get to it, so I'm going to. These actors, these are awards are for actors, and it's an honor to do that as an actor, because that's, I'm still doing it. Nobody told me to quit, so I'm still doing it. And actors are, we allow people to feel, and it's a great honor to do that. These are actors that we would like to honor tonight. So, first we have a youth actor, male and or female, so we're just going through the list here. In a feature or short, right? Okay. Connor Inskeep. The movie title is The Gift. Dashil Magaha Schletter, movie Asteria. Will Take for Wisher Maddox. And she's not here. She's not. The winner is not here, so I'm going to keep it a mystery. Who is it?
Will.
Yeah. Will Take.
Absolutely. Secondly, we have lead actor, female, in a feature. Here we are. Jessica Dawn Wilk for the woman under the stage. It could be more than one, No, Mary Buss for Thank You, Amelia Earhart. Vivian Kerr for Scrap. Winner. Jessica Dawn Wills. For lead actor, male,
Billy Blair in tonic. Fanny Claudia Tapia in echoes. L. Tanner Smith, funny, kind, crazy, clever. Taylor Olson in Look at Me. Thank you, I'll hold on to that. And the winner is Billy Blair, tonic. Just in time, I was about to
Billy, but I produced and edited the film. And Billy was here last night. I was grateful for it. I'll say some words. I'll say some words for Billy because he told me what he was going to do. He was going to pretend he had this big long vest. He was going to pull it out. He was going to get his little mouth spray, and he was going to say,
"Go get him."
Thank you. So I don't know. Billy's been in 100+ movies. He was the lead in this film, Tonic, and he is a true life rock and roller and has a gig tonight, so he had to get back, so he had to leave this morning at 8. But he came last night to support the film, watched it, had fun, and thank you, Shiron, Oscar, having us here.
Billy impersonator. Lead actor, female, in a short. We have Amanda McCants in Beverly Hills Escort. We have Crystal Porter Bazemore in The Recipe. And we have Sahara in Burbanks. And the winner is... Just kidding. We don't know, or...
Can you repeat the nominees?
Amanda McCants, Crystal Porter Bazemore.
Amanda, she's not here.
Okay, Amanda McCants is the winner with Beverly Hills Escort. Male lead actor in a short, Adam Hampton in Blue-Eyed Boy and Mr. Death. Alice Safi in Coming Home. Johnny Ray Diaz in Losing Lalo. And Stephanie Brody for Urbex.
Stephen Brody.
That's what I said.
Stephen Brody in Urbex.
He's the winner.
Where is that? Yes!
Sorry, Stephen's not here.
We have a fake award you can use to we have a fake Stephen too.
Oh.
All right. Well, you already got one. Yeah. Can you pretend that's it?
Yeah, you can just pretend. Yeah. Yeah, I don't need to say much for Brody. He's been a great actor for many years. So, thank you.
Oh, ensemble cast. They were featured. These are fun. Cast and crew, director Jason Taylor. The DeLong Brothers, director Brandon McCormick. Woman Under the Stage, director Ezekiel Decker. A casting crew. Are not here. The casting crew, directed by Jason Taylor, now I'm understanding, is not here, but they want it. I'm thinking about doing this for a living. An ensemble cast for short, Crashlands, director Carlos Starr. Indiana Jones and the Treasure of the Aztecs, director Kevin M. Croxton. The Next Girl, director Tara Bennett Smith. Now, can I tell them now? Indiana Jones! And they received their award already. Okay, I'm almost done, really. These are really cool awards. First of all, the Willie McCallum Award, all right, is a very special award, newly named this year, as I understand. It's a frisbee, just
Glass frisbee.
Don't drop it.
Oh yeah, wonderful. That's our picture. It's Johnny Ray Diaz, everybody. Yeah, that's a big deal. Losing Waller. And he's not here, I think.
Okay, I was told that Tamika Rogers would accept on behalf of Johnny Ray because she's going to San Antonio or somewhere that Cedric.
Oh,
Cedric said that Tamika will accept on his behalf since he's not able to be here and he's in LA.
I don't know if y'all had the chance to see Losing Laylo, but it's an amazing short by Cedric. And from being in the military, it really did touch my heart. So if you have a chance to watch it, watch it. I believe it's streaming. But it's about someone going through a tough time and actually committing suicide from post-traumatic stress disorder. So it's bringing a light, touchy subject, but I think it's needed in our bottom of the day. I mean, at the end of the day, everybody needs a little bit of counseling. If you need help, get help, and that's what it's saying.
This award is for Best Lead Actor Filmmaker in a feature, L. Tanner Smith. Funny, kind, crazy, clever. Cute. There we go.
I guess that's why they asked if I was coming today. I didn't prepare a speech or anything. Wow. Lead actor, filmmaker, no feature, L. Tanner Smith, funny, kind, crazy, clever. I don't know what to say. This is, okay. I guess I'll just copy a speech from a previous festival, which was basically me talking about how I got into making films so that I could act and also show what I could do. I didn't think I'd be winning any awards for my acting in a film that I directed, but you know what? I'm going to accept it anyway. But I'm also going to share it with my cast and crew. And actually, I'm just going to run down a list of actors. I'm going to share this with them. Okay, so Jessica Whitfield, Dylan Latham, Rachel Kulwicki, Blake Holden, Annalyn Caruso, Patrick Poe, Lizzie DeShaw, Ray Clark, Zoe Jane, Madeline Page, Dalton Weaver, and of course, the wonderful Jennifer Stewart, who also co-wrote the script with me, and also the film's funny, kind, crazy, clever herself, Liz Hackworth, Lizzie Lee. And I'm also going to, instead of misquoting Sally Field's acceptance speech at the Oscars, you like me, you really like me, I'm just gonna directly quote Sean Penn's Indie Spirit acceptance speech in 1996. You tolerate me, you really tolerate me. My first experience at the Bare Bones Festival, I love telling this story. It was 5 years ago, and I acted in a short film called Pop. And I walk in, and my character is a total creepo, a peeping Tom. And yet, somehow, my character got sympathy from the audience to the point where an elderly woman actually shouted out, "Poor fella." I'm never going to forget that. And 2 years ago, I had a feature film here, Millennial with the Cane. Last year, I had 3 feature films, Father's Weekend Reunion in Parallel. This year, I have Funny, Kind, Crazy, Clever. And it's always a blast. It's always an adventure. Happy 25th, Bare Bones.
Wait a minute, there we are. This is the Clue Junior Award, also newly named this year. Adam Hampton.
Did you say his name out loud?
I did. Adam Hampton.
Okay.
Adam, paging Adam.
It's not here.
Stephanie.
Go to the next one.
Okay, we'll go to another.
All right. Those are great
He
awards.
was here yesterday.
And my opportunity to dispense a Trailblazer Award is to Victor David Caballero.
All right.
submit one of my films to a film festival. I submitted to 15 and only got into 3 on my first one, and Bare Bones beat one of the 3. 5 films later, I submitted one to 32, and I got into 26 film festivals, and one of 26 beat. So I just want to say thank you so much for giving me hope. Thank you, thank you. So I want to thank family, friends, mentors, colleagues, peers, for believing in me. Thank you. And Oklahoma film is just getting better and better. So let's keep making movies. Let's keep inspiring each other and lifting each other up. Go Oklahoma.
Thank you very much, Brian. How about a round of applause for Brian? Thank you. So our next award is going to go to the volunteers, and so we're going to bring up Larry Hoffman to give that. But something that you said, one of the filmmakers in the back, said that when you came here, Larry made you feel like you were welcome to Oklahoma. And I think it is important to acknowledge that the reason a film festival can exist for 25 years is because you have volunteers from the community that allow that to happen, that greet people, that make people feel welcome. And as you've heard from everyone up here, the reason people keep coming back year after year is because they feel like this sense of community right here in Muskogee. And I think that that has a lot to do with the volunteers. So Larry Hoffman, why don't you come up and present the award? Please welcome Larry Hoffman.
I want to take just a minute to tell you about myself. People keep asking how I got involved and why. I started many, many years ago. I'll make it short. I got my master's one weekend at OSU, went to the Army the next weekend for 6 months active infantry training, and I was in the reserves. I came out the next 13 years, we moved 10 times in 3 states. I was in management with 2 different phone companies. And as part of that, I was always having to represent that company in the Chamber of Commerce and civic clubs and anything going on in the community. And a few years later, I came here, became self-employed as a state farm agent in '81, and started volunteering constantly. And I don't know if they remember, but 25 years ago when we started, real small here, I remember taking breakfast to all the actors, and everybody on Sunday morning at a hotel while they were having breakfast. And then one year I made a cake, I had a cake made, and after that, I don't know if you remember this, she said, "Can you give me the money for the cake and I'll choose my own cake?" So that's what I did for several years. It's been a pleasure. Oscar, we need you to come up here, please. While he's coming, he's going to do something like it too. Is Lori Jefferson still down here close? Where is Lori? Lori, where are you, Lori? Is she back in the back? Lori, she's coming. I'll tell you when she gets in. A couple of years ago, they named an Outstanding Volunteer of the Year award for me and asked me to pass it on every year. And Lori has certainly been active in this community and with everything going on in this here. And she was responsible for getting a lot of these awards here, and she didn't make one for herself. So Lori, we want to say thank you and let you say something to the audience. Let's give her a hand.
Thank you all. I really appreciate it. I do work in this community and for the people. I enjoy our community. My mom did the same. She taught us how to be givers and how to be just faithful to your community and the people and to be kind to others and to smile. I know several of you are like, I don't know that lady. I don't know why she's smiling and saying kind to me. But I've always been that person. And you know, everyone deserves to be acknowledged. You are a valuable human being. And I want to be sure, if nobody else does, that I make you feel like a valuable human being. So remember that. You are valuable.
I have 2 awards to give away before we turn it over to Oscar. I have to get this straight here.
Well, thanks very much. I wasn't really expecting to get anything. I'd like, first, got to thank Oscar and Shiron. Bare Bones Film Festival, I think, is probably the premier film festival for historical documentaries. It's not a popular genre, but they recognize the importance that independent filmmakers who make historical documentaries are actually preserving local history that would otherwise very likely be lost to time if it wasn't made into a documentary. I'd also like to thank Michael Dunn. My film was a silent film, and Michael Dunn played the piano right up here on the stage live the other day, and it was just a real fun experience. So thanks everybody. This is really
Check your name just a minute. I don't think any of you have gone through the experience she's gone through this last week, losing her computer. Everything she had on the computer, where all she would have had done to print everything out. Have to remember every bit of this. It just did her. We have another award here called the Audience Choice Award. Feature favorite goes to Amelia Earhart.
Thank you. We always meet so many great filmmakers here, and just to the Rays, just thank you so much. Larry and everybody, Erica, everybody, Israel doing what you did today. Somebody said something about it earlier about employing Oklahoma cast and crew. And one thing that we try to do with this feature film, Thank You, Amelia Earhart, we purposely, exclusively cast Oklahomans in front of and behind the camera. And you know, the talent that we have here, and you know, those of you from Texas and Arkansas and Kansas, and et cetera, you know, just the talent in this region is just so staggering. You know, that it's just such an honor to work with so many just passionate, talented people, and it's just a, you know, it's given our lives so much joy. You know, that's just the only way I can say it. So we're looking forward to next year already. We have stuff to submit. So.
How you guys doing out there? I'm going to present the award for shameless self-promotion. Okay, now, remember, shameless, not shameful, shameless. Now, I need you guys to do me a favor. There are two ways to say congratulations to people. One is like a golf bat, right? You're so good. Right? And the other is OU and OSU, and it's the fourth quarter, 10 seconds to go, and somebody scores a touchdown. There you go. So I want you guys to give us that type of reaction, okay? Okay, just remember that, okay? It's not. One thing I'll mention real quick, and then do this award. The reason we consider this award so important is because almost 30 years ago when we started making movies, we found that the motion picture industry is a marketing business. Through it, the actors sell candy, cake, soda, lettuce, you name it. And movies do the same thing. They sell us everything. I think someone said earlier that the messages that is produced by motion pictures, there's no one that does it better. But for us to know who you are, to know who your film is, you have to market beyond the film festival. That's just one part of it. There are 42 ways to market a movie today. And you better know all of them. And you better know how to market your actors, and your writers, and your directors, and your sales. That's extremely important. But remember, it's shameless self-promotion, not shameful. And the difference is simply this. When you market yourself, you market everybody else. There's no I. Worst three words in the English language is me, mine, and I. The absolute worst three. It better be we, us, our. It has always been. In celebrating us, we, and our, remember this. Your job here today is not to celebrate your movie. We saw that. It was judged a long time ago. Your job here at this festival is to support your fellow filmmakers. You should be shaking hands with everyone in this room. You should know their names and be thinking, how do I make them my friends? How do I work with them in the future? How do I support whatever it is that they do? How do I give them an attaboy? All of that is marketing. Bear that in mind. There's no small marketing effort. All of that is marketing. So we devised this award based on something that Shiron once said, which was, we do shameless self-promotion day and night, 24/7. And it's difficult. Now, here's the last caveat I'll give this award. If you have all the money in the world, you've hired publicists, right? Now, how many of you guys out there have publicists? How many publicists have called you up and said, hey, we want to represent your movie? One or two hands, please. Right? But for the most part, you are your publicist. You have hired yourself to promote your movie. And you better do it, and you better do it a whole lot. So remember, that starts with making sure that you drag everybody that you can along with you and lift them up higher than yourself. The person who has done the most marketing of her movie, her motion picture, her cast, her crew, all the volunteers that have worked around her and with her, and the people, the little people and the big people along to make things happen, and then Dr. Tamika Rogers.
Sometimes I feel like it's a job because as filmmakers, screenwriters, when you first start out, you don't have that much money to spend. And I know I didn't have any money on marketing or advertising, so I have to be everyone. And so I make it a point as soon as I wake up to advertise whatever I'm doing and to advertise the people that are helping me and the people that I wish to continue to bring along the way. So I just want to thank you all for the opportunity. I didn't expect this at all, so I'm a little bit caught off guard because I know I get some people, you know, say, oh, she's posting again. You know, you have that opportunity to keep scrolling. Just keep scrolling. I know you're watching because when I put a story up, I get probably about 800 views. But then when you put up a post, you might get 100 likes. So even if you say you're not watching, or I'm not on Facebook, or I'm not on Instagram, but then when you see, like, oh, you did such and such, yeah, you're watching, right? You're watching. So I just want to say that even if you don't think that people are paying attention, they are. They're watching. Even if you think, I just promoted myself or my business or my movie yesterday, do it again, because I see Tyler Perry posting his stuff every single day. Every single day, Tyler Perry has a post. Even about one of his first movies that came out, he's still posting about it. So keep it going. Thank you all.
Well, thank you very much. Congratulations on your award. Our next presenters follow directly in the line of Oscar and Shiron Butterfly Ray, because they have spent their entire time since they moved here to Oklahoma celebrating and promoting other filmmakers. They opened the first professional soundstage studio in Oklahoma. They run the largest studio in Oklahoma right now. So please welcome Richard and Amy James.
Out there. This is my most favorite time of the year. Coming here and seeing everybody put their films up and come out and celebrate each other, because at this point the hard work is done. You've spent your years writing and creating, and now we just get to celebrate and celebrate each other. I think somebody said that. And I think Richard, really quickly, and I want to just say we've had a little bit of a different experience where you mentioned that a lot of people won't admit they're from Oklahoma. Well, we only moved here 6 years ago from Los Angeles, and I had only lived, well, before Los Angeles, for no more than 4 years in a place growing up. And I claimed Oklahoma as my home, and I have never felt more at home anywhere in the world, and I stand by that. I think I say oftentimes that I'm like the second biggest fan of Oklahoma, because there might be one more out there that I haven't met yet. So, if it's you, come and say hello, because now we can collaborate. But anyway, I digress. We're here to present some really important awards. I'm a documentary filmmaker by trade, and so can't see. I was given the honor of introducing and presenting the award in the category of director for documentary film. So the nominees are Chuck Price for Full Court Press, the Ken Zacher story. Jordan Barclay, The Sack Race with Knives, the curious art of Kevin Titzer. And Rebecca Barnes, The Endless Mile. And the winner is, yay, Best Director, Documentary Film, Jordan Barclay, Director of Sack Race with Knives.
Didn't really plan anything, 'cause up against Chuck Price over here. But I wouldn't be, a successful director without my team. I kind of gathered the best creatives around Southern Indiana, from Evansville, Indiana, to create this team. And with the help of Kevin Titzer, who was the artist in the documentary, we had Thomas Bernardin, the editor, we had Ryan Grisham, who did the music, Aaron Tanner for the graphics, Katie Waters, Mark Fisher, Joe Dodd, Ann Dowie, Jackson Campbell, Colleen McGovern. Thank you so much to Shiron. And Bare Bones, really appreciate the opportunity to play here. Thank you very much.
So here we go. We've got 2 awards here. The first one is going to be the award for Best Director of a Short Film. So we have Wisha Maddox, directed by Dan E. Tibbs. Indiana Jones and the Treasure of the Aztecs, directed by Kevin M. Croxton. And The Recipe by Towen Bazemore. And the winner is Best Director Short Film, Kevin Croxton. Congratulations, Kevin.
Thank you so much. Well, first of all, I want to thank Shiron and Oscar and Bare Bones for this great honor. This is just a great honor. So let me just tell you a couple of things. I started out as a film composer. For the last 27 years, I teach children music in school, in elementary school. And so I've been like teacher by day, composer by night for forever. I've been blessed to work on some amazing, amazing films and television programs. And a few years ago, my children knew what I did outside of school, and I thought, I want these kids to kind of get a taste of that, because one of my favorite things to do as a composer was, if I was working on something that was in the area, I would go and I would watch on set, watch the actors and watch the cinematographer playing their shots and watch the lighting people. And I was just always just inspired by all this talent, and I thought, I want the kids to get some of this. So I got together with some people that I knew that made films, and I said, hey, let's do something with my kids. So I had this group of kids. They're my music club, 4th and 5th grade students, and I'm like, let's make something. And so we made a little short. We kind of got into this fan film niche, Indiana Jones is a fan film, based on something that's already been done, to teach the kids the process of filmmaking. And it has grown and grown over the years, and I took over as director because it wouldn't get done if I didn't. And I have grown to just every film we make, I just love directing more and more. And as directors know, you end up wearing lots of other hats that, if there was much higher budget, you would have somebody else do those things. And so it's hard work. And so like with this particular film, it was a 2-year process. 1 year was planning, doing all the location scouting and getting all the stuff organized. And then the second year, we planned our shoots, and you have to work with. I had an amazing team. Our film cinematographer was just top notch, but it took us about 6 months of shooting on weekends with these children in some rigorous conditions. I had 60 kids I worked with, lots of parents. We shot with all kinds of animals, horses, pack llamas, snakes, in swamps, caves, and it was pretty intense stuff. And these kids were amazing. And so I was thinking about all of the people that came together to work to do something amazing. It was just, what a blessing. So I want to acknowledge all these people that I got to work with. And we'll be, oh, one other thing, Fred. Our next project, which we always keep them kind of top secret, we don't tell, it's going to be a fan film. It's going to be a lot of fun, and you'll know it. We're shooting part of it in our area. We're from the Fort Van Buren. I teach school in Van Buren, Arkansas. And so the next group of kids, which I'm almost done casting this next project, we're shooting part of it in Tulsa. So we're going to be shooting part of it in Oklahoma. So that's really exciting. And we'll have to come back and submit our next film here when it's done. But anyway, again, thank you so much. This is an amazing honor, an amazing thank you.
So 25 years. I think one of the things about making a film is that it's incredibly exciting when everyone comes together and we actually shoot. But there's an enormous amount of time that's then spent putting it together, editing, and there can be a loneliness to that at the same time because the shooting is a short period of time. The director's involved in all of that. But I think one of the big parts that then gives us this sense of, oh, it was worth it, was when we can sit down with everyone and we can share what we filmed. And that's where a festival like this really comes into its own. And to have been doing this for 25 years, where there's a place that we can all get together and celebrate these labors of love, is just a joy. And I'm fully aware that this is a massive commitment by you guys. Humongous. The amount of your life that you've put in this is enormous. So congratulations for 25 years. And speaking of directors, we now have the
award category is director of a feature film.
So we're gonna tag team this. Here we go.
Like we're the Oscars.
So the first film is The Day Long Brothers, directed by Brandon McCormick.
The Woman Under the Stage by Ezekiel Decker.
And Cast and Crew by Jason Taylor.
And the winner is...
Dun dun dun! Ezekiel Decker, director of Woman Under the Stage.
Do not be alarmed when I say this, I'm not Ezekiel Decker. I'm no imposter, I'm Mitch McLeod, I produced The Woman Under the Stage. Ezekiel, unfortunately, got a little under the weather, so he had to take off earlier than he planned. He was very sorry to have missed this, he certainly will be now. Ezekiel's a truly talented guy, really an amazing director. He directed a no-budget feature film that I had the benefit of having a day player role in several years ago when I was looking for directors for my company, Absentia Pictures, to do a new film. He was the first person I could think of to go to. So, great job to him. I can't wait to tell him the news. This will be his, this is his first big feature to get out there and do a festival run with, so this is a huge honor for him. And I couldn't be prouder of him. And yeah, I just wanted to give a second to thank Bare Bones and congratulate them on their 25th year. That's really incredible. Bare Bones has a very special place in my heart because though I had done some stuff with shorts and a couple of awards here and there for those, Bare Bones was the first film festival in 2018 to award me with an award as a feature filmmaker, producer, and director. So thank you guys for having us back. It's always an honor to be here. Thank you so much. And congratulations. Ezekiel, and to everybody who worked on the stage. You're all amazing. Thank you.
Next up, we want to introduce a very special friend of the festival. Ford Austin has been to Bare Bones for several years. He is a celebrated actor and director, and I found out today the only filmmaker to have his poster censored and banned from Bare Bones. So please welcome Ford Austin.
Years ago, there were 3 applications that were being filed. One of them was Steve Jobs' application for a patent on the iPhone. Another one was Mark Zuckerberg's application to Harvard. And another one was this woman's application to Without a Box for a film festival. So, okay, I've been an actor my whole life, and it's really been a privilege and a joy to be able to perform. And then in 2003 or 2002, I made an independent short film called Soiree, and it was a very dramatic film about murder. A lot of people were doing cocaine, and it was a great family film. And I submitted it to a ton of film festivals like we all do. I was like, throw it out to them, as many as I can afford. And I got accepted to the Bare Bones Film Festival. And that year I won the Shameless, it was shameful. Also that poster was really shameful. But I won the Shameless Self-Promotion Award. And I learned so much from Oscar and Shiron. And I have to say that until that day, I was only an actor. And since that time, I've directed about 60 projects for studios and Tubi, Netflix, Hulu. Netflix wasn't even a thing. And I turned to my producer on set, and I said, hey, can we get this out on Netflix? And he goes, what's Netflix? It's kind of how I am. But anyway, so let's go to the nominees here. So. This directing award was named after me graciously by Shiron and Oscar, and I don't know why they did it, but I'm very grateful to come back and hand it out. So the nominees are Martin Scorsese for Killers of the Flower Moon, Steven Spielberg for whatever that last thing he did was, and Francis Ford Coppola for Megalopolis. It's not even out. It's great, it's so good. And then Dan E. Tibbs for Wisher Max. And it's really sad he's not here today because I could really change his life forever. But this will anyway, and I just got to say thank you, Shiron. Thank you, Oscar. And here's to another 25 years. Facebook didn't exist, Instagram didn't exist, nothing existed back when they started it. I don't know how we got the word out about our films, but somehow we did.
Like Fort Austin, our next presenter has been a very long time fan and participant and filmmaker here at Bare Bones. And I think, Peter and I may have met here, but please welcome Peter Zemeski.
It is so refreshing to be back. Bare Bones, 25 years. Woo! A little self-promotion here. I was here in 2001. With my first film, and just like my friend, good friend, like family friend, Bare Bones makes family friends forever. Fort Austin, I started as a child star in 1996. Back in Russia, but here I was in 2001 with the first film that I directed. I didn't know what I was doing, and people were asking me, "Well, you're wearing this butterfly shirt," and I'm like, "Well, it's a family thing, you know, Shiron butterfly. How is it a family thing?" Well, in 2001, when I came here, didn't know what I was doing. Shiron and Oscar nurtured this Russian boy into becoming an auteur filmmaker. And that was quite a journey. So we have this family thing going on, and a lot of you who were coming here back in the day, you probably heard a Black Russian thing. Well, I call Shiron my mama, Oscar my daddy, and so they're like my American parents. And there was a drink, White Russian, but since now I'm affiliated with Oscar and Shiron, like as a family, so they started calling me a Black Russian. And now, because of this whole Russia-Ukraine thing, they're like, don't say Russian is bad. So they start renaming all the drinks. Did you guys know that? No, I'm serious. There is no Moscow Mule anymore. There is Ukrainian Mule. And I'm like, okay, well, I guess Eastern European? Well, it's got its perks to being the only, I guess, Eastern European, authentic Eastern European guy with an accent here in Oklahoma. Because like when Chris Freihoffer calls you and he's like, hey, they need a Russian Eastern European actor in Reagan movie. And I'm like, okay, so you want me to read for the part? And you want me to film my audition? He's like, no, they need one. And I'm like, well, how many people are they looking at? They're like, you're it. I'm like, okay, well, I guess it's got some perks. Not too bad being a Russian. While you're at it, can you coach John Boyd with his Russian accent? I'm like, all right. So anyway, thank you so much for being such an impact in my life. And when you guys are here, look around, because some of those connections might be lifelong. And I don't know, like what 30 movies that I've made, like maybe 60% that people from Bare Bones were involved in some way. Made film with Ford and with Oscar and Shiron. I have yet to make film with you, but Heidi, we've talked about so many different projects, and there's an after party afterwards. Make sure you guys all network, because some of these connections are priceless. All right, let's get to this, and this is going to be producer awards. We're going to start with producer documentary. So we have the nominees: Dane Warner with Full Court Press, the Ken Zacker story. We have J.K. Kaluki, Swing 46, The Last Swinging Supper Club. And we have Stephen Head for the butterfly people. And the winner is, I love butterfly people. It's Stephen Head, Best Producer Documentary, Butterfly People. Congratulations, sir.
Well, I am not Stephen Head. I'm Gregory Fish, and I was the director, editor, everything. You know, the rebel without a crew for the Butterfly People, and Steve Head helped me. So he actually twisted my arm to do this film, and the reason he did that was he knew that I had made a film about the Joplin tornado called Steadfast, which this is a really neat moment because in 2018 I won my first award, like some of you, here at Bare Bones with Steadfast. And so, yeah. So it's really special to come back with the Butterfly People, which is really kind of like a sequel to Steadfast, and it's a companion film to that one that delves into that phenomenon of the butterfly people in the tornado. Kind of similar, like there are electric guitar sculptures here in Muskogee on the road. In Joplin, there are butterfly sculptures. And my film delves into the reason behind that. And so I'm so glad that Steve Head talked me into making this film. And I was reluctant at first because I knew how much hard work it was. And I've got a day job of 40 hours a week. But still, he talked me into it. I'm so glad he did. So check out the Butterfly People on Facebook, because Facebook's a thing now. Yeah. And thank you very much, Bare Bones. This is always a special place for me.
Congratulations. The second category is producer for a short film. We have Al Asafi with Yelena Borgoni. The movie is Coming Home. Star Simmons for The Next Girl. And Stephen Brody and Troy Hart for Urbex. The winner is Best Producer, Short Film. Stephen Brody and Troy Hart, producers of Urbex.
We already had won something, so I already spoke, but this was a great movie that we worked on for a very, very long time. So thank you very much for whoever voted for us. It was amazing. Thank you.
All right, the next category is producer for a feature film. We got Jason Robert Stern for Tonic. Nicholas Kirk, The Day-Long Brothers. And Rachel Stander for Scrap. And the winner is Jason Robert Stern for Tonic. Producing the feature film. Woo! That's like OU and OSU when Oscar was saying, come on, producing a feature film. Getting a big round of applause. Congratulations.
Thank you. I wish Billy was here to accept this for me. It's starring, but that's okay. I like starring. Thank you to Bare Bones. We almost weren't going to be here. There's like 4 other festivals this movie got in. Our agent, our distribution for this film asked us not to do festivals, and it's like, you know what? We're going to do it. I don't care anymore. Like, this film's been out. It's been done for 2 years, so it needs to get out for the world to see. It's playing at the Cannes market in 2 weeks, so hopefully everybody gets to see this movie. I can't accept this award because it wasn't just me, it was the whole crew and the people. My partner, Derek Presley, who wrote and directed this film, this is a good story for all you young guys. He just wrote a movie that's shot in Tulsa, just wrapped, I think last week, called The Last Rodeo, about $11 million picture. He wrote it, Texas guy, but we're all part of the same family, Texas, Oklahoma, Louisiana. I'm born in Louisiana, lived in Texas since '92, so I consider myself a Texan, and I spent all my money in Oklahoma. My daughter's at OSU. So we're all part of the same family. Filmmakers are all part of the same family. And thank you guys for what you're doing, for supporting this. And thank you, Bare Bones, for this award. Thank you, guys.
So we have another award here, and it is a special award. It's the Gray Frederickson Producer Award, and Gray has been my mentor for about 20 years. We worked together, just want to say something. And I've learned so much from him. We produced 3 films together, and we produced other things, but just a quick story. One of them, I told him I'll be telling him all his secrets. And he said, do it, I don't care. But the very first movie we were producing, and I'm like, I'm going to learn so much from the best producer in the world. And for those who don't know, Gray Frederickson is an Academy Award-winning producer, the producer of the Godfather trilogy, Apocalypse Now, and many, many other films. So the very first lesson I got, professional lesson, we were negotiating with the actors and their managers and agents for the feature film that we were doing, and I was like, great, I want to learn how to do this, I want to learn the mastery of your negotiations, because we were talking to Billy Zane, manager, Luke Perry, and Sylvester Stallone, and he goes, yeah, it's going to be great, you're going to learn so much, just watch me. So we called to Billy Zane's manager first, and Gray goes, hey, Gray Frederickson here, but I'm going to pass this phone to Peter Schmutzke, who's the producer of the film, and you guys talk all the details. And I'm like, huh? He passes the phone and leaves the room. We made the movie. It was great. But most of the things I learned from Gray was when we were traveling around the country, and how I learned that what made him successful was being humble and being honest, which is the hardest part in film, because you have to please people but stay honest. You have to tell them what they want to hear, but at the same time to stay honest. But anyway, this award is the Gray Frederickson Producer Award, and producing the film is such a big endeavor. But this goes to Jason Robert Stern, the producer of Tonic.
Thank you. I did not see this coming, and what an honor to get this for Gray Frederickson. I guess OCCC student, produced Godfather 2, Lock Us Now, right? Am I correct?
He created the program, the film program.
Right, okay, so he created the program. Man, what an amazing honor. Thank you so much. A little bit of history about me. I produced my first narrative live action feature in 2019. And have produced 4 films, features all since then. I just went out there and did it. I had a friend call me. I've actually been in post-production, visual effects, and animation my whole career, over 25 years. So I was just a kid when you guys started this thing too. And there was something about production in post, and still exists today, but it's starting to, they're starting to talk now, and it's really weird. Like, if you're in production, you don't really talk with the post guys, and the post guys don't know anything about production, and they hate each other, and I don't understand it, because we need each other. So my whole career I've been building these pipelines and these workflows, and then in 2019 I got a call from Derek Presley, who's the writer of this last film, Tonic, and he's actually my partner, where and my director, writing partner, and all these 4 films that I've done with Derek. And so I wanted to get involved to try to just bridge the gap of knowledge between what I knew in visual effects and post-production and bring it to the production side. And so I got involved and I produced this first film called Whitetail back in 2019. We were in sound with it, and in 2020, we were starting another film called Redstone. This little thing showed up called COVID, right, in April. And all these actors from SAG got pulled, couldn't work. And then back in, I guess it was June, they were allowed to get back to work. This was a SAG feature. My first one was not, but this was my first SAG in 2020 with Redstone. So I got to talk with SAG and help develop some of the rules that we were going to put in place for COVID. We got through it. We had to move the production from Fort Worth to a small town called Corsicana. And I think, I'm sorry I'm dragging on about the story, but after that, we did another movie. In December, I was scouting in Washington State in Spokane for another film. We shot it in January, extremely difficult, big crew. And then we made Tonic the next year. So we've been really busy. But for you guys producing films, the one thing I've learned is it's all about risk mitigation. What can you do? What can you get through? What can you make? What's the risk involved with it? And so that's kind of what I want to give to you young producers. I don't know what else to say. I didn't know I was going to be getting these awards. So thank you very much, Bare Bones. And I hope to be back.
So we're on to our final awards, and we want to bring up Lisandro Bokashi. Where are you? Come on down. So Lisandro won the award we're about to hand out in 2010, 14 years ago, as Oklahoma's pretty much only indie auteur. So will you please join us on stage for and I would like to bring up the founders, Shiron Butterfly and Oscar Ray.
How's everyone holding up? Yeah. This young man, 14 years ago, shocked everyone by becoming the indie auteur in 2010. There were people that were competing against him, and I think you were probably the youngest.
think so,
Yeah, he was young. It was 14 years ago. He was young. And now he's doing some awesome things to help independent filmmakers in the Tulsa and Broken Arrow area. And I just wanted to give him a big hand. And for any of you that didn't get a chance to see his documentary where he actually did a sort of an experimental feature of some of his shorts. And this was episode two. So he's doing great things, and that's what I expect from an Indie Auteur ambassador and an Indie Auteur of the Year. So right now I'd like to call up, and I ask you to come up to help. Is Oscar here? Oscar here? Okay. I'd like to call up my two Indie Auteur ambassadors. Drum roll somewhere. Cars. L. Tanner Smith. And Tim Ritter. Come on up to the top. Okay. Now, unlike a beauty contest, this ain't about how pretty you are. Now, as an Indie Auteur, you have the responsibility, being an ambassador for the Bare Bones International Independent Film and Music Festival. We will have our eye on you. We will be watching what you do and how you lead the way. Let's give them a big hand. Thank our lovely host, Lance McDaniel. I want to thank all my volunteers, no matter what it is you did, if you just gave me a drink of water or moved out of my way, whichever one. I appreciate you. I appreciate all the hard work that John Edwards with EF Productions did. Calvin Brown on photography. You will find pictures from this festival on Green Country Online. Pictures? More pictures, lots of pictures. Steve Seibert on guitar. Our lovely presenters. I'd like all the rest of my presenters to come up because this is a very come on, presenters, if you present it tonight, come on up. Okay, and for some of you that I may not have mentioned that we are your film family, film festival family. We're really like the Cinemafia. Okay, you really can't quit us. You can die or you could move away, but with Facebook, you can't get away anymore. Now, I got you all assembled up there, so you can actually take a picture of you. This is, like I said, a momentous occasion. Hey, this is 25 years of a lot of sweat, nightmares. As they always say, dare to dream big. I guess I dream humongous. You gotta move the podium. No. You're gonna leave the podium just where it is. That's why it's clear, so that you can see right through it and camouflage anything big. Okay, at this moment, before we do any of this, what did I say? We're the Cinemafia. And we must give a moment of silence for one of our lost comrades, Sherry Wisman, 1941 to 2023. For those of you that know, Sherry was a trooper, very hardworking, volunteer, actress, director, producer. Her and her husband, Dale, we play together, we work together, we make movies together. And so they're both gone. We honored Dale, and now we honor Sherry. So just a moment. In a perfect world, I would have had her picture up here, a video, but unfortunately it was all on my computer, which is now in the ER, the computer. Hopefully not the computer hell, but the computer heaven if I can get it resuscitated. Okay, now. Who's trying to take that picture? Come on, Kelvin, because I want to make it, I want to do the thing, I want to, you know how to.
Okay, good. Right behind.
Where you want me?
Shiron.
Is the podium in the way?
Yes.
Yes. Come in.
You can see everybody?
Come in. All right, here we go. I will take several, but somebody's going to be late. Somebody's not going to be there.
Okay.
Got it?
Now, you saw that we took a lot of pictures, because if we didn't take a picture, it didn't happen. Okay? So we know there were no pictures in the 70s, and I didn't do any of that. I passed it, I didn't smoke it, okay?
Just 1 second. Before you, you have another award?
I have an award to present. Yeah, that's what we're doing, we're getting ready to do. I thought you had something to say.
We're gonna, let's do our surprise award. Where's Lori? Come on up, come on up.
This is not.
Larry? We're going a little bit off script here. Anya.
We have a special award here. I want to read it off to you. It says, 25 years, Bare Bones Film Art Society. No frills, no waste. Thank you, Oscar and Shiron Ray.
Somebody's in trouble.
I didn't make my award, but I made that one.
Thank you. Okay, somebody's in trouble. Brian.
Now we're back to our regularly scheduled programming.
Excuse me. You know, the teacher in me says, get back up here. I didn't dismiss you. Come on, we're going to give a very special award here. As many of you know, if you visited the website, that we started this festival after reading Rebel Without a Crew by Robert Rodriguez. In fact, that's how we sort of started our production company, figuring that we could do something by any means necessary, no frills, no waste, crew or no crew. And if people quit on you, don't quit on yourself. Step into the role. So we named an award after Robert Rodriguez. For the last 25 years, we've honored Robert Rodriguez. He hasn't been here yet. So I want you all to get on social media and blow his page up and tell him that Bare Bones honored him once again, and I'm just stacking up the awards until he comes here. And if he don't come here, I'm going down to Austin. Okay, so we named an award in his honor. So our indie auteur of the year is now the Robert Rodriguez Bare Bones Indie Auteur of the Year. And this year's recipients are Tom Ritter and Vivian Kerr. Where's my helper that had the award? Thank you. Step forward. Somebody pick up down, 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 this way. There it is. Thank you.
Last words, okay. Thank you very much. Obviously, it's incredible. This has been an incredible experience. 25 years, there's a lot of history here and a lot of people. I'm the newcomer outsider guy from Florida. But funnily enough, I started making films in 08, 09. And I was in Fort Myers, Florida, and I went looking for someone to learn how to make films from. I hadn't gone to film school, and no one was doing it. They said, well, you can make one yourself, how about that? And I said, okay. And so I went looking for books, and guess which book I found? Rebel Without a Crew, Robert Rodriguez. And the big thing I took away, you know, obviously the overarching idea of the film is, or the book is, you can throw money at a problem, or you can use resources and ingenuity, you know. And so, you know, we kind of tackled it. First, it was just me. The first short film I made was me and myself, and one actor playing two parts, a single light hanging from the ceiling. And then I just kept adding people and trying to get better and get better. And the funny thing is, yeah, Auteur of the Year, thank you so much. You know, I am a writer, director, producer, editor, social media all the time, et cetera, but it was a team, you know, and I get better as an auteur by finding better people to put around me. So my cast and my crew, all the people that supported me, and didn't turn their back through the many difficulties of making these things. It's like, why are you still doing this? And now I'm very proud to teach students, you know, at University of Central Florida, we teach the indie micro-budget method to directors. Our grad program makes features as their thesis. They're usually in the $5,000 to $15,000 range. And so I believe in this to the core of my being, and empowering people to tell their stories. So thank you, Bare Bones, for empowering us.
Thank you, congratulations. Real quick. So we're wrapping up, and everyone who won an award can come back on stage so we can get a group photo of all the award winners. And we want to invite everybody in the audience to the after party. There's information at the front table about where that is. It's close by. So we hope to see all of you at the after party. And one more round of applause for Shiron, Butterfly, Ray, and Oscar for coming 25 years ago to the Bare Bones Film Festival. Thank you. We'll see you at the party.
Trailblazers, I need you to.
Otherwise noted.
Trailblazers, up front.
This is the line. All that's inside the line is yours. All that's outside is not. You will stay here. Understand?
Are we the only ones? Are there more like us out there?
Right there. Oh.
Oh my God, where are we? All right, I got you. Sorry guys, want smart? But you're cute. You're fine.
Nope. I know you moved for him and you locked somebody up.
You can be right. Yeah, good job.